technical team. Ayan, opo. And then, i-welcome and we will be right back after this break. Play natin si AVP ng Isang Pangarap and then program flow tayo. Apo.
Hello, hello, hello. Aloha Friday morning.
Yes, aloha Friday morning. But let's just give a trivia partner. Why do we have this term such as aloha Friday morning?
Yes,
What
it's
about that one?
aloha. Well, in fact, the last day of the week or the work week in Hawaii. Yes.
Yes.
And of
They
course, what does it mean, Mom Raquel?
Actually, it's a greeting, and in which every Friday they have to, gather with family, with sing and dance, and at the same time they have this happy vibes and with floral attire.
Exactly, and it gives people in Hawaii a head start on the weekend. That's why
Yes.
today is Friday. It's really a aloha day.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. And with that, partner, I would like to inform our viewers that we are airing live from the CCN Broadcast Center, a virtual home of every SDO SCC learner. And we
Yes.
also have here our live set, right?
Of course, look at our venue. Talaga namang napakaganda. Correct?
Yes, that is right, partner. With the setup that we have here, the stage decor, of course, we do have our executive committee. There you
Yes.
have it.
Our top management and our technical working group.
Yes, our tech team.
Yes.
Say hi to the camera. There you go.
We are all excited for that. So, we will be back after this break.
Ipanos! Ay mo ako! Ipanos!
Ating tanawin kinabukasan pagbabayin. Piliin mo gawin pag-asa ay yakapin.
Why research?
Why innovate?
These are the questions for us to ponder in the name of service. We, educators and DepEd personnel, are considered the vanguards of hope for our dear learners.
Yes, that is right. Well, in fact, we are bound with so many adversities that this pandemic has brought us in our lives, or had brought us in our life. However, we have 101 reasons to get up and try for the best solutions we can.
Certainly. That's how research and innovations take place in the field.
Yes, partner.
Good morning, Philippines!
Hello, Region 1.
Aloha Friday, SDO San Carlos City. Indeed, it's an aloha morning to everyone as we are filled with Hawaiian floral theme for today's culminating program.
A big yes to that, partner. And so, aloha morning to our higher ups who are joining us in blended mode of streaming, whereas we make things really happen, be it in a virtual way.
Warm salutation to the DepEd regional and division key officials who truly exude a contestable brand of leadership.
Straight from the Regional Office 1, aloha morning to our Regional Director 4, Sir Tolentino G. Aquino.
Assistant Regional Director, Sir Ronald B. Castillo.
Together with Regional Office 1 PPRD Chief, Madam Cecilia P. Rosido.
Also, hats off to the SDO San Carlos City top management. Aloha morning to our school's division superintendent, Dr. Lourdes D. Sorbito.
Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Marilu N. Cardenas.
CID Chief, Dr. Edita R. Prides.
SGOD Chief, Sir Villamor Q. Gloria.
And Administrative Officer 5, Sir Nelson V. Peralta. Same greeting shall be given to the ebullient focal persons for this week-long activity. Senior Education Program Specialist in Planning and Research, Sir Renante Camara. And his co-proponent and Master Teacher 2 of Turak National High School, Dr. Annalyn Tulagan.
Yes, we also have the untiring support of the education program supervisors in various fields of expertise. Public schools district supervisors, school heads, teacher researchers, teacher innovators. With that, ladies and gentlemen,
Aloha morning! And so, to formally commence this culminating program, let us have the ABPs of the National Anthem, Invocation, Region 1 Hymn, Pangasinan Hymn, and DepEd San Carlos City Hymn. ABP, play on.
Magihim, kalas na silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titim mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa mandulupig, di ka pasisigil, sa dagat at bulok, sa simayan, sa langit mo mahal, malinag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang istak ng watawat mo'y tabu, may nanagninigin, ang bituing at araw na kailan, pang may magdididim. Lupa ng araw na iwan, ating pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Ang iligaya na kapay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Let us bow our heads and feel the presence of the Lord. Heavenly Father, you are the God of light and wisdom. Thank you for the gift of being here, for gathering us virtually in this second SDO San Carlos City Research and Innovation Summit. Thank you for the resources you have provided us to make this activity possible. Thank you also for the opportunities that we will have here to learn, to innovate, and to contribute for the total development of our children. We commit this day to you, Lord. Grant us the energy to make the most of this moment and realize what will help us to carry out our mission in nurturing the knowledge, values, and skills of our learners. Open our hearts and our minds to receive your wisdom, and give us ears to hear and eyes to see that your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Fill us with the courage, joy, and humility to continually follow the way of Jesus in all that we do and say as we seek to love one another. Bless each one of us. Bless the organizers and the people behind this activity who work hard to show that we can continuously provide quality education to our learners, even this challenging situation. All this we asked through your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Mountains and the rivers, through the plains and winding trails, to the shores where breezes linger. That's the place I love so well. It's the home of men who love her, men who died to keep us free, men who told no bad the weather, that anyone will never be. Region 1, oh Region 1, there's no better place I see. Region 1, oh Region 1, dearest home by far to me. From her care I learn my lessons, in her veils I work and pray. She has kept me safe and happy, as I live on day by day. From to other lands I wander, as I search for wealth and fame. In my heart I will remember Region 1, beloved name. Region 1, oh Region 1, there's no better place I see. Region 1, oh Region 1, dearest of my heart to me. Lands I wander, as I search for wealth and fame. In my heart I will remember Region 1, beloved name. Region 1!
There you have it, our prelude AVPs for this program. And so this time, friends, for us to get full in ties with all the worthwhile presentations we'll give you today, here's a woman of sagacity as she hits up the program with an opening salvo. Please welcome Assistant Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Marilu N. Cardenas. AVP, play on.
Our guest of honor and speaker, DepEd regional officials, Director Tolentino G. Aquino, Assistant Regional Director Ronald B. Castillo, and Policy Planning and Research Division Chief Cecilia P. Rosido, our very own Schools Division Office, San Carlos City, Pangasinan family, led by OIC SDS Lourdes Di Servito, School Governance and Operations Division Chief Villamor Q. Gloria, Curriculum Implementation Division Chief Editha R. Pridas, Administrative Officer Nelson V. Peralta, Education Program Supervisors and District Supervisors from the CID, and the Lone Education Program Supervisor of the SGOD, who also happens to be the head of the Schools Division Research Committee Secretariat, Marlon B. Ecol, the Hermano Mayor of this summit, Senior Education Program Specialist in Planning and Research, Mr. Renante M. Camara, participants and presenters, friends, fellow Lingkod Bayan, all research and innovation practitioners and advocates. My most cordial welcome. I hope my warm thoughts and goodwill can manage to seep through and beyond the impersonal medium of this technology we are using. These are unprecedented times we are living in, inspired from the ensuing multiple, simultaneous, complex challenges. The past 20 months have seen us stretch our resources, facing challenges head-on, so that education will continue for our children. The SDO San Carlos City Division's second Research and Innovations Summit showcases our personnel's efforts at responding to these challenges, highlighting the various ways our schools and the division office have reached resiliency and adaptability in varying degrees, manifold forms, and different levels. And not to forget, all these were pursued and completed under conditions of physical distancing, quarantine, and virtual and modular interactions. In a substantive sense, then, this summit and the concomitant exhibit are vehicles for touching base and swapping notes among kindred spirits that speak the same research language, driven by a shared sense of curiosity and passion for improving the ways we do things, and the same commitment to the common good para sa mga bata at sa bayan, higit lalo na sa gitna ng pandemya. The conversations among us already began last Monday and have been ongoing daily since then. I must say the conversations have been engaging, spirited, affirming, and hopefully, ultimately, instructive and enlightening. My hopes fly high since the conversations today are going to be enriched by the ever-supportive officials from the regional office, led by our Regional Director Tolentino G. Aquino, ARD Ronald B. Castillo, and Chief of the PPRD, Dr. Cecilia P. Resido. And by the esteemed guest of honor from the University of New South Wales in Australia, Dr. Dennis Alonzo. And so, let today's conversations begin. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat. Balbalagya salamat.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for spreading the red carpet to all of us. For the acknowledgement of participants, here's Rock to do such.
Thank you, Mal. Aloha morning, and oh wow, I am so elated with the presence of all the participants in this second virtual research and innovation summit of SDO San Carlos City. Your participation signifies that great minds and passionate heart as you manifest your love for learning. Indeed, today's program acknowledges the presence of certified research and innovation enthusiasts, regional officials led by the Regional Director 4, Sir Tolentino G. Aquino, Assistant Regional Director, Sir Ronald B. Castillo, Policy Planning and Research Division Chief, Dr. Cecilia Rosido, SDO SCC officials, Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Lourdes Servito, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Marilu N. Cardenas, school heads, school research focal persons, teaching and non-teaching personnel, teacher innovators, teacher researchers, and research advocates. Welcome to the second SDO San Carlos City Virtual Research and Innovation Summit culminating program. Hats off and way to go. Welcome, and together, let's nurture our love for research and innovation. Live na live tayo, right, Sir Morrison?
Yes,
And that is
exactly.
why...
Eh naman, let us read some comment posts sa Facebook. Hi kay Ken Rimadel de Leon. Good morning po, watching from Magtaking Elementary School.
Yeah, and we also have a message there, a comment from Marian Clona Samera. Good morning, watching from Gulo Integrated School. Yan mga pictures din, they have posted there yan. We also have Ma'am Pilar from Sepnas. Good morning.
Ma'am Priscilla Saison, good morning, watching from Bulusan, Kengal Elementary School. Hello, ma'am.
Morning po sa lahat, watching from Magdao. That's from Cardena, Valencia, Lalani.
Watching from SCC Apunit Elementary School from Nirisa Agapito.
Yeah, and we also have there the comment of Ma'am Regina de los Reyes saying, good morning, watching from BCES.
Good morning, watching from Libas National High School from Jeremy de Guzman Castro.
Yeah, no. From Gina Kayabyab, good morning po, watching from JMPS Elementary School.
Good morning, watching from Kuliling National High School from Ma'am Geraldine.
And to complete the first batch of our comments, we have from Ma'am Christy Samara Bergantinos, watching from Abanon Central School.
He deserves to be applauded for the success of this year's week-long activity in the name of research and innovations. Friends, I present to you the focal person for this culminating activity as he gives us the overview of the second Virtual Research and Innovation Summit. Here's the Senior Education Program Specialist for Planning and Research, Sir Renante Camara.
Aloha! Welcome to the second SDO San Carlos City Virtual Research and Innovation Summit. We are very proud to announce that this activity was recognized and endorsed by our Regional Director through the issuance of Regional Memorandum Number 1371 dated November 19, 2021. Today marks the culminating day of our Research and Innovations Week. We will be joined by top dignitaries from the Department of Education, Regional Office Number 1. We also invited a keynote speaker from the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia. You are going to witness some of the innovative programs, projects, and activities of the Division Office to be presented by the chiefs of the functional divisions. And this will be highlighted with a message from our Schools Division Superintendent. This summit also showcased some of the completed researches and innovative projects to be presented by teachers and school heads from different schools. Towards the end of this summit, we will show you the highlights from day 1 to day 4 of the research and innovation poster presentation activities. We also invite you to join us for a virtual tour or a gallery walk at the exhibit. So please stay tuned as we bring to you the second SDO San Carlos City Virtual Research and Innovation Summit with the theme Achieving Resiliency and Adaptability in the New Normal through Research and Innovations. Once again, good morning.
Thank you so much, SEPS, for planning and research. Sorry, Nanti Camera. All right, another promising colleague who has magnificent knack in the field will be joining us as he highlights the purpose of conducting the Virtual Research and Innovation Summit. Here's the EPS Head of SDRC Secretariat, Sir Marlon B. Ecol.
Most esteemed Region 1 Regional Director, Dr. Tolentino G. Aquino, our very competent Regional Research Committee Chairperson, Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Ronald B. Castillo, our very amiable Region 1 Policy Planning and Research Division Chief, Dr. Cecilia P. Rosido, the brilliant and very committed Officer in Charge, Office of the Schools Division Superintendent, and at the same time, the Schools Division Research Committee Consultant, Dr. Lourdes D. Servito, the very diligent and smart Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, and at the same time, the Schools Division Research Committee Chairperson, Dr. Marilu N. Cardenas, highly equipped chiefs from the two factional divisions, CID Chief Ma'am Edita R. Fridas, SDO Chief Sir Villamor Q. Gloria, Administrative Officer 5 Sir Nelson Peralta, Schools Division Research Committee representatives in the different areas of disciplines, our educational program supervisors, our public schools district supervisors, the proponent and prime mover of this event, Sir Renante M. Camara, the members of the Division Research Committee Secretariat, Ma'am Madeline Suarez, Ma'am Gail Galban, Sir Levi Bautista, school heads, and to all the participants of this second Schools Division Office of Carmen City Virtual Research and Innovation Summit, good day to everyone. Interagency Task Force placed Pangasinan under COVID-19 Alert Level 2 until November 30, 2021. Today, SDO San Carlos is preparing for the post-pandemic transformation, and still, we are not out of the wood. The rough and rocky road of the journey in the history of the Department of Education is a test of adversity quotient of the mighty men and women of San Carlos City Division. With the leadership of Dr. Lourdes D. Servito and Dr. Marilu N. Cardenas, paradigm shift happens. Moving heaven and earth, San Carlos City Division was bludgeoned with a lot of researches and innovations responsive to the demands of the prevailing situation. Today, we are creating a footprint of long-term effect, an imprint of indelible mark to help the Department of Education through the researches and innovations of San Carlos City Transmitter of Knowledge, our teachers. One of the objectives of the summit is number one, to showcase the completed researches and implemented innovation of San Carlos City Division, a collection of so many possibilities. Number two, to bring together the school heads, school research focal person, teacher innovators, teacher researchers, and SDO personnel to exchange and share their experiences and research results on all aspects of educational research. This will enable us to provide and help SDO San Carlos the right projection and direction to determine what to prioritize and identify the variability of needs. Number three, to provide a platform for policymakers, top-level managers, researchers, practitioners, and educators to present the most recent innovation, trends, and concerns, as well as practical challenges encountered and solutions adopted in the fields of educational research. As we geared up to the post-pandemic transformation with high hopes, we say congratulations to all the researchers and innovators. Sama-sama nating harapin ang hamon ng pandemang ito at tuparin ang gampaning ipagpatuloy ang pangarap ng bawat batang Pilipino. Aloha, padayon. God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Sir Marlon B. Ecol, our APS and head of SDRC Secretariat. As we celebrate this momentous event wearing floral and sort of Hawaiian vibes, SDO San Carlos City is proud to present to you one of its initiatives in terms of beautification and maintenance of cozy educational milieu. Let's bloom as we watch this ABP.
Allow a single second of sight to please you. Allow for a minute of silence to be repeated. Allow yourself to be amazed for an hour. Allow 100 kilometers to pass. Allow 1,000 tales to be told. With all of these senses evoking the wonders of nature and the majesty of existence, allow 1,000,000 flowers to grow. As today's high-tech and fast-paced lifestyle takes its daily toll on everyone's lives, experts prescribe exercise and other personal lifestyle alterations to relieve stress. Nature provides us with a simple way to improve our emotional well-being. One of them is to put flowers in the garden and wait for them to bloom. In this regard, the San Carlos City Schools Division Office encourages everyone to join the department's search for a more productive and meaningful life. Indeed, life isn't just about appreciating what nature has to offer. It's also about giving color to this incredible and mysterious journey. Come, be a part of it and flourish. SDO SCC, led by the Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Lourdes D. Servito, and Stewards of Leadership, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Marilu N. Cardenas, CID Chief Dr. Edita R. Pridas, SGOD Chief Mr. Villamor Q. Gloria, Administrative Officer 5 Sir Nelson Peralta, Education Program Supervisors, Public Schools District Supervisors, school heads, and teachers are all in this project. Project Bloom aims to make San Carlos City a city of hope and promise, a city that is vibrant and teeming with life, a city that serves as a beacon of magnificence and brilliance south to north. Just a quick check reveals that they have been doing and enjoying it previous to the introduction of the project. As a result, they have seen it as a therapeutic act with a goal of increasing one's positive outlook on life. Take a look at the stunning photographs that have been captured right in front of your eyes. Enjoy the beautiful scenery of flowers that continue to bloom day after day. Furthermore, according to the DepEd Memorandum Order 5210171, dated May 24th, the project aims to uplift the spirit of learners, parents, and teachers to show gratitude and appreciation for all the hard work and dedication they have shown amid the pandemic to continue to deliver quality education to learners. Each flower, in a broader sense, represents each student who continues to thrive while clinging to the belief that things will turn out well. This also means that the blossoms will become increasingly apparent as a beacon of hope and chant as they grow larger. To take it a step further, each flower signifies a person who is always blooming with a happy heart. Let a million flowers bloom in total. Let us take charge of this endeavor and spread love. We can bloom and become better and stronger as one division, just like a flower.
Let a million flowers bloom, bloom, and cheer, delight, and inspire. So with a magic wand I declare to everyone, bloom, bloom, let a million flowers bloom. People feel better, happier, and healthier, caring, caring for plants, trees, and ornamental, offering bundles of joy for the flowers and fruits, joy for the colorful foliage, and to
Thank you so much, Sir Alpi Bugayong and Sir Norman Bancolita, our video editors, for that.
Yes, indeed, we bloom together. Yan.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so this time, friends, it is my honor to present to you our next speaker, or the one who will give the message. Initiator of change, brain master of SDO's programs, certified plantira, and in fact set the tone of greetings, aloha. She is also known as journalism aficionado, as she passionately empowers SDS, and a special thanks to SEPNA's teachers for the music and choreography.
It's a wow with the cow, it's a wow with the cow, it's a wow. It's a wow with the cow, it's a wow with the cow, it's a wow. Come on, hit it.
It's a wow with the cow, it's a wow. To dig, to plant, to plow, show us how. Stimulate the farmer's hand, anyhow. It's a wow with the cow, it's a wow.
It's a wow with the cow, it's a wow.
A magic touch turning a seed to a tree.
Yeah.
With bears, fruits, and being so plenty. Over the hills or plains they may be. We grow the seeds and seedlings all day. It's a wow with cacao, it's a wow.
It's a wow with the cow, it's a wow.
To dig, to plant, to plow, show us how. Stimulate the farmer's hand, anyhow. It's a wow with cacao, it's a wow.
How chicken birds go.
With love and care we sprinkle the cacao trees. It takes a nature lover's hand in touch to nurture the cacao trees with joy and bliss. Happy planting, happier growing.
Happiest harvest.
It's a wow with cacao, it's a wow.
It's a wow with the cow, it's a wow.
To dig, to plant, to plow, show us how.
how.
Stimulate the farmer's hand, anyhow.
Hey.
It's a wow with cacao, it's a wow.
Here we go. Come one, come all, it's a wow with the cow. A cow treat today, sweet chocolate tomorrow. Chocolate lovers, sweet lovers, yeah. The cow is for me and you. All together, let's have fun. Planting more cacao, oh, it's a wow. The cow now, chocolate tomorrow. Yo. When I say wow, you say cacao. Wow, cow, wow, the cow. When I say wow, you say cacao. Wow, cow, wow, the cow. When I say wow, you say cacao. Wow, cow, wow. When I say wow, you say cacao. Here we go, come on.
It's a wow with cacao, it's a wow.
It's a wow with the cow, it's a wow,
To dig, to plant, to plow, show us how. Stimulate the farmer's hand, anyhow. It's a wow with cacao, it's a wow. It's a wow with cacao, it's a wow.
It's a wow with the cow.
To dig, to plant, to plow, show us how. Stimulate the farmer's hand, anyhow. It's a wow with cacao, it's a wow.
It's a wow with the cow, one more time
It's a
now.
wow with cacao, it's a wow.
Yeah.
It's a wow with cacao, it's a wow.
It's a wow with the cow, it's a
It's
wow.
a wow with cacao, it's a wow.
It's a
It's
wow.
a wow with cacao, it's a wow.
It's a wow with the cow, it's a cow, yo.
The said summit has joined the stewards of leadership as they gave their messages on how to weigh even more the importance of research and innovation in the arena of learning. That's to ignite the passion in us towards our sworn profession.
Let's go straight to the founder message. We have the PPRD Chief, Dr. Cecilia Rosido.
Another message on the loop. Here's the chairman of the Regional Research Committee, ARD Sir Ronald B. Castillo.
And to complete the list of messages from our regional officials, here's the Regional Office 1 Director 4, Sir Tolentino G. Aquino.
Charles Darwin once said, "It is not the strongest of all the species that survives, nor the most intelligent. It is the one that is most adaptable to change." Indeed, this is true. the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic has posed great challenges in the worldwide economy and in people's daily lives. With resiliency and adaptability, and the influence of research and innovations in decision-making, they are the strong driver in coping with this crisis. And the greatest output is that we survived and still surviving the ill effects of COVID-19 pandemic. To our schools division superintendent, the very dynamic Ma'am Lourdes Servito, our research-oriented assistant schools division superintendent, Ma'am Marilo Cardenas, our chiefs of CID and SGOD, Ma'am Edith and Sir Villamor, our education program supervisors in the different subject areas, our public schools district supervisor, our steps for planning and research, and also the program owner of this activity, Sir Renante Camara, and all the other steps of the division, other SDO personnel, our school heads, our teachers, learners, our parents, our stakeholders, and the second virtual research summit and innovations. You know, my dear friends, research is an important tool in the decision-making process, thereby providing the evidence for policy formulation or policy recommendation. I am very happy of the importance of research and capacitating everyone to solve their own problems, issues, concerns. Second, investing our time, effort, creative thoughts will spell innovations and accomplishments that will define successful on what is currently happening about the changes in society, on daily routines and work life in response to COVID-19. And we find better solutions through research. Research, therefore, will guide us on how we deal effectively and efficiently with the challenges of the pandemic. It provides us with workable solutions, tailored fit with the issues and concerns we are experiencing. Amid the crisis, we survived in the Department of Education. We came up with various distance learning modalities to ensure continuity of basic education. We made use of technologies to propel the different learning approaches, strategies. We partner with supportive stakeholders to fuel our limited resources and many more. And all these were indicators of resiliency and adaptability, and to make it effective, research has played its important role. My dear friends, please continue doing research in order to improve our way of doing things in the department and for us to be able to come up with an array of results which we can choose to address our challenges in education brought about by the new normal. Since we cannot set aside the quality of education, which is our core business, we look forward to the sustainability of all these endeavors, which we know will improve our performance. The need to strengthen research and innovations in the new normal will really make our environment better and healthier to cope with, to adapt to, and prevent adversity in our lives. Finally, as what Albert Einstein said, and I quote, "I never teach my pupils. I only provide the conditions in which they learn." True enough, with research and innovations mandated by resiliency and adaptability, we ensure that we are providing our learners with conducive learning environment. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
To our esteemed keynote speaker, our dynamic regional director, Tolentino J. Aquino, SDS Lourdes Servito, ASDS Marilu Cardenas, SGOD Chief Villamor Gloria, CID Chief Edita Fridas, Education Program Supervisors, Senior Education Program Specialists, Education Program Specialists, Public Schools District Supervisors, School Heads, Teachers, non-teaching personnel, our colleagues from other schools divisions, stakeholders, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is our distinct honor and privilege to give this address to all of you in this second SDO San Carlos City Virtual Research and Innovation Summit. We convey our appreciation to SDO San Carlos City for initiating this timely and relevant activity with the theme Achieving Resiliency and Adaptability in the New Normal through Research and Innovation. The unprecedented effect of the pandemic has ushered us to a situation where we need to continuously find ways to create body of knowledge that will work best given our contexts. The world is changing exponentially and we need to adapt accordingly. Many lessons have been learned, but still, the only plausible option for us to stay relevant is to keep on learning, and we have to do it fast and well. Resilience is not only about our ability to bounce back, but it also means learning from our experiences and reflecting on how we can get better over time. In the face of this global crisis, we need to adapt to the conventions and exigencies of the new normal. The necessity to provide learning opportunities amidst the disruptions brought about by the pandemic provides impetus for a more intensified research and innovation programs in our schools and offices. We reimagine how to improve delivery of basic education services in the light of the opportunities and challenges of the new normal. We capitalize on these opportunities and challenges to build back our schools better. We congratulate and recognize all the proponents and presenters of the research and innovations in this summit. Surely, your works are valuable contributions in articulating effective teaching and learning practices. These milestones shall serve as benchmarks in creating narratives on how we can achieve resilience and adaptability. Again, congratulations SDO San Carlos City for this initiative. This summit is a fitting venue for creating models on how educational programs can be improved. Through this activity, we can collaboratively build an environment of success in our education system. Maraming salamat. Buhay tayong lahat.
Our Schools Division Superintendent of the City Schools Division of San Carlos City, Dr. Lourdes D. Servito, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Marilu and Cardenas, our energetic and active participants of the practices. They provide responses to questions bordering on their enthusiasm, improvement, and aspirations. And more importantly, they prepare them for a better understanding of concepts and theories. Indeed, the second Virtual Research and Innovation Summit of the Schools Division Office of San Carlos City is very impressive. The display of innovative projects, write-shop on journal writing and publication, and the research and innovation poster exhibits have contributed a lot to the realization of the mandates of the Department of Education, particularly on the quality of education. They did not only feature different innovative solutions to pressing problems in our country, but the challenges encountered in these trying times. All these are fascinating testaments that we can do some ingenious way to develop learning opportunities and higher level thinking skills for the benefit of our learners and for our mentors, a wide-ranging pedagogical commitment. The regional office is so grateful with the conduct of this summit through the inspiring initiatives of the SDO San Carlos City and following the theme, Achieving Resiliency and Adaptability in the New Normal through Research and Innovations. Certainly, the aim of the summit, which is to showcase completed research and innovations of SDO San Carlos City and provide a platform to present the latest innovation, trends, and concerns, as well as challenges and solutions adopted in the field of educational research, was achieved. In all of this, I laud all the personnel of SDO San Carlos City, led by SDS Lourdes D. Servito, for this outstanding initiative. To our participants, you deserve commendation. Congratulations to everyone for the job well done.
Special thanks to the PPRD Chief, Dr. Cecilia Rosero, our Assistant Regional Director. Wow, thank you so much. Yan, for the untiring support, of course, to the PPRD Chief, Dr. Cecilia Rosero, Assistant Regional Director, Sir Ronald Castillo, and our Regional Director 4, Sir Tolentino G. Aquino. Thank you so much po.
Well, reading is an indispensable skill in almost all lines of human interest, more so in conducting research and innovation. It weighs that much. With that, here's a Reader's Theater performed by Abanod National High School teachers titled, Oh, Wow, Reading is Fun. Originally composed by our dearest SDS. Dr.
Reading is fun, 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 fun. Reading is fun for everyone. Reading is fun, 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 fun. Reading is
2, 1, 2, 1.
If you read today, you'll lead and inspire tomorrow. So dream big together. We read today and tomorrow.
Oh, wow! Reading is fun! Ho, ho, ho! Wow! Reading is fun! You know how?
Hey guys, girls, tots, and kids, let's read now.
What books do you read?
Wow!
Show me now! Oh, wow!
Oh wow! Oh wow!
Reading is fun! I'll show you how. Will you open the book? Flip the pages now. Reading makes a fool man.
Francis Bacon says.
Dun 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 dun. Francis Bacon says.
Francis Bacon says.
Dun 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 dun. Every day we read to enrich our knowledge and have fun, learning and exploring new things.
Days in and out.
Read for information and other games. Instill love of reading to the young mind always.
Nurturing their dreams, overcoming challenges.
Dun, 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 dun. Nurturing their dreams, overcoming challenges.
Nurturing their dreams, overcoming challenges.
Dun, 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 dun. Going through the books opens up for new perspectives.
If you read today, you'll lead and inspire tomorrow. So dream big together. We'll read today and tomorrow.
If you read today, you lead and inspire tomorrow. So dream big together. We read today and tomorrow. Fun, laughter, and entertainment. Go with reading.
To unleash your potentials.
Read today and tomorrow. No child left behind. Make every child a reader. Now! If you read today,
You need it for tomorrow.
hum, hum, so dream big together.
We read today and tomorrow.
Hum, hum. Oh wow! Reading is fun!
By
Dr. Lourdes Lee Servito. 1, 2.
Reading is fun, 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 fun. Reading is fun for everyone. Reading is fun, 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 fun. Reading is Reading is fun, 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 fun.
Oh wow, reading is really fun. So thank you so much to Abanon National High School, of course led by Dr. Raul Bautista, and my partner right here for the the concept together with Mom Lourdes and the entire production of with the communication arts teachers. Thank you so much.
We are going global as today we have an international speaker all the way from Australia. Let me peruse some details about him. Our invited speaker is a test and scale developer, program evaluator, curriculum designer, and applied statistician. His area of interest revolves around assessment for learning, particularly in supporting teachers to make highly contextualized, consistent, fair, and trustworthy assessment decisions to effectively support student learning. He has been involved in several international and national research projects.
He also researches on a broad range of topics, including student IT experiences, blended and online learning, standards-based assessment, and learning analytics to help inform curriculum design, professional development, and policy. He has received various scholarships from the Philippines and Australian government and a public diplomacy scholarship from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea. He was a former Dean of Education of the University of Southeastern Philippines before joining UN.
And I really like it because you are positioning the role of research and innovations in developing our resiliency and adaptability, which is very, very coherent to what research evidence tells us about developing our resiliency and adaptability. Two big constructs that everyone should possess in order to achieve higher job satisfaction and self-efficacy, meaning to say, if you have higher resiliency and higher adaptability, then most likely you will have better job satisfaction, and at the same time, you will perform better in your work. And I really like the way how you position that as your theme today. In this talk, I'll be covering four big things. The first one is we're going to review the purpose of research, why we need to conduct research, and why we need to engage in research. The second one is I'm going to characterize a good research. We're going to look at the attributes that define a good research activity or research output. And then third, I'll be looking at how resiliency and adaptability have been researched and what are the evidence related to these two big constructs. And the last one, I'll end up by arguing how does research increase our resiliency and adaptability. So I'll be focusing on these four major areas this morning. So what are the purposes of research? There's two primary purposes of research. One is the generation of knowledge. Through research, we discover new knowledge, we form new knowledge, we debate new knowledge, and we co-construct knowledge together. That's why it's really, really important that as the context of our workforce or the context of our educational system keeps changing, we need to keep engaging in research as well to generate new knowledge to respond to the issues, concerns, and problems related to our educational system, particularly on student learning and teaching effectiveness and also governance. Now, the second purpose of research is actually the application of existing knowledge. This is where we take the theoretical knowledge and apply it and then develop our practical knowledge, particularly in our work in the Department of Education, where we don't really need much about theoretical knowledge, and there's actually a disconnect between theoretical knowledge and practical knowledge. So what we need to do is to look at what's reported in the literature, what's the theory behind it, and then apply it in our context, and then develop practical knowledge to inform our learning and teaching activities, to inform our teaching effectiveness, to inform how we could better govern or lead our schools and the division or region or even the central office. So these two purposes of research are very, very important. The generation of knowledge, the application of knowledge to generate practical knowledge. And keep this in mind as you engage in your research and as you make or develop your research proposal. If you're just repeating what has been reported before, if you're just replicating whatever research that have been conducted before, then that is not good research activity. You need to make sure that when you think of what research you're going to do, it would either generate new knowledge or you would apply the existing knowledge and develop practical knowledge for that sense. Well, thinking of good research, I think there's these 5 criteria that we need to think about and use them to reflect on our research proposal or the completed research that we have. First, we need to make sure that our research is relevant to the present context, relevant to the present needs, relevant to the present conceptualization, relevant to the present ideas and concerns in education. Anything that's not relevant, then it will not make a good research. The second one, it should be interesting. Interesting in a way that it will create debate, it will create new things, it will create new framework, or maybe create new tools, or maybe create a new understanding. So make sure that your research will do something that will interest the people in the field, particularly teachers and principals, and maybe even administrators and policymakers. Now, the third characteristic of a good research is useful, the utility. Having the results, what now? Can it be used to improve teaching practices? Can it be used to change people's beliefs and perceptions? Can it be used as a basis for policy articulation? Or can it be used to further advance the agenda in terms of theorization of a certain construct or a certain concept in education? And the fourth one, which is related to utility, is high impact. Make sure your research will do something or will change something in the way we look at things, in the way we do things, and in the way we perceive things. In education, make sure if you are looking at new approaches in learning, it will really change the way students learn, and it will increase their outcomes, and it will increase our effectiveness. Say, for example, if you're looking at governance as well, it will really improve the way principals lead the educational system or the respective schools. Or in the case of looking at how can we further engage parents in the educational system, it will change the results of your research will change the way parents look at or understand the role in the learning process, and it will create or draw more motivation from them to engage more effectively in homeschool collaboration activities. And the last one, it must be cost efficient. You need to think that every peso invested in research should generate something that will change practice, that will change perceptions, that will change beliefs, and that will change the way we look at and understand things. So these 5 characteristics are very, very important to use to reflect about, thinking how good our research proposals or how good our research activities are, so that we could make sure that everything that we do in research or any research activities, any research outputs that we have will be used for improving our schools, improving our classroom, and improving student learning. Now we're going to look at research evidence related to resiliency and adaptability, why these 2 constructs really matter, why they are very, very important to develop, not only for us teachers and administrators, but also with students, and what other constructs influence resiliency and adaptability. These 2 constructs are not operating in isolation, but there are other factors, there are other constructs, social emotional constructs, that actually influence the increase or decrease of resiliency and adaptability. And it's good to understand those other constructs. Now, the third, we're going to look at how adaptability predicts job satisfaction, self-efficacy, and job stress. Now, job satisfaction, self-efficacy, and job stress are determiners of our performance, a high performance in whatever job we do, either as a principal, as a teacher, or in the case of the students as learners. I'll be using my most recent research with the Department of Education Central Office, funded by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Australian government, in looking at what cognitive skills really matter in this pandemic in terms of optimizing teacher performance in ensuring effective learning and teaching. We look at several constructs. and 6 constructs really came into loaded into the model that we tried. The context of the study is we looked at how we can increase teacher self-efficacy during pandemic. So we've got more than 27,000 responses across the Philippines from 10 divisions. We just currently completed this study, and we have communicated the results with the Department of Education, with NAEP, and also with the Australian Alumni Awards, which is the funding agency of the Australian government. So these 6 big constructs are very, very critical for improving teaching effectiveness during COVID. Not only during COVID time, but post-COVID and pre-COVID also. There's lots of research evidence supporting these 6 non-cognitive skills, including teacher's sense of efficacy, their adaptability, perceived autonomy support, job satisfaction, work well-being, and also job stress. And based on our structural equation model, here's the results of our study. We look at here that adaptability is influenced by work well-being, perceived autonomy support, and teachers' adaptability increases their job satisfaction, teacher self-efficacy, and also reduces their stress. Now, as a summary of that relationship, we look at the specific key points that will be your takeaway from this research. So here are 4 key points that you need to remember. 1, adaptability is critically important to enhance teachers' self-efficacy and job satisfaction. The more adaptive you are in your environment, the higher your self-efficacy and the higher your job satisfaction. And adaptability is influenced by perceived autonomy support and work well-being. So perceived autonomy support is the construct that is being perceived by the teachers, how their principals give them certain autonomy to deliver the learning and teaching activities without much supervision, without much accountability, but rather giving them certain space to experiment, to implement what they think is important for improving student learning. And also the third point that you need to remember is work well-being can predict job satisfaction. I know I've seen lots of rants in social media related to so much workload, too much work accountability, too much extracurricular, that teachers don't have time anymore to actually go inside the classroom and teach. And as a consequence, student learning is actually compromised. So that's something that you need to look at as if you're a principal, as an administrator, as a leader in your own little school or in your division or region, how you could actually increase teacher work well-being, because that predicts job satisfaction. And the fourth one, which is very important, lower levels of adaptability, work well-being, and perceived autonomy support or lead to job stress or burnout. Now you have to remember that if people are stressed so much in their work, leading to burnout, they could not perform really well. And in the case of teaching effectiveness, burnout is a very, very big factor that compromises teaching effectiveness and student learning. So these 4 key findings are our takeaway with that big research that we did across the 10 divisions, and we developed a mobile application to actually support teachers to develop these constructs, their adaptability, their perceived autonomy support, their job satisfaction, work well-being, and to reduce their stress. It will be launched soon across the country, and that's free, both from iOS and from Android application. So we're just waiting for the go signal to launch that, and every teacher has the opportunity to use that as a professional development tool using mobile application, which is an exciting opportunity for us to use mobile application to support individual teachers. Now, the relationships of those constructs that we have actually established is not new. Even previous research support our model. So there's lots of research supporting the centrality of self-efficacy in promoting teachers and students' positive outcomes. Efficacy affects the effort they invest in their teaching, goal set, and level of aspiration. So the more the higher your self-efficacy, the better your performance and the higher your learning in case of the students. Now, another one, adaptability strengthens and directs thinking, behavior, and emotion in order to maintain self-direction in the face of change and uncertainty. And there is a wide range of evidence supporting that adaptability predicts positive outcomes and well-being. This is the construct that's being promoted or established by my two colleagues here, Rebecca Colley and Andrew Martin. They're working in this space, and based on their large number of research, they position adaptability as a critical factors to improve learning and teaching. And even the adaptability of the principals is very critical for developing a culture of excellence in terms of learning and teaching. So if there's one thing that you would remember about adaptability, it's actually one of the most important social emotional factor that could influence the effectiveness of whatever you do, because that gives you the agency to respond appropriately to whatever uncertainty, whatever changes that comes in your profession. Another research evidence support that perceived autonomy support appears to promote a greater sense of competence among teachers and may influence the way they perceive and engage in their work. So it has been demonstrated that perceived autonomy support is positively linked with adaptability among teachers, which may indicate that teachers who perceive greater support from their principal are more able to address the uncertain and changing situations of daily teaching life. And here we are positioning the role of the principals in terms of providing support to teachers. Support in a way that you respect their autonomy, you respect their professionalism in terms of providing effective learning and teaching activities for the students without much control. Now, think of the word autonomy, without much control. Now, another one, your sense of job satisfaction is associated with teachers' motivation and commitment to teaching. Having high sense of job satisfaction can reduce their stress and reducing absenteeism and illness and burnout. So there's a really good relationship here between burnout, job satisfaction, adaptability, perceived autonomy support, and so on and so forth. Also, job stress will make teachers think to leave the profession. It increases several negative outcomes, including increased burnout and reduced sense of teaching efficacy, job satisfaction, and commitment. So this is something that we really need to manage in this new normal, and even post-COVID, when everyone goes back to school, there's trauma, there's distress, and how we could actually support teachers and students in that space to make sure that they go back to that space where they are highly motivated, highly engaged, and highly satisfied with the learning and teaching activities. Now, another one, work well-being can increase teachers' commitment, and they are more likely to invest in their work and expend energy and effort to achieve organizational goals. Decrease absenteeism, greater desire for involvement at work, higher job satisfaction, and also enhancing their job performance. So if you feel that your work is really good, that it supports you in a way that you can perform and you can achieve the goals, then most likely your performance as teachers will increase. Same thing in the context of student learning. If the students feel safe inside the classroom, they thought you're giving just right, learning and teaching activities, and they feel really supported, their motivation will increase, and their satisfaction in terms of the learning will increase, which will predict their outcomes or their achievements. So something that you have to think about. Now, this is the mobile application that I've been talking about, the e-check, or the electronic teacher self-efficacy checker that we developed out of the research from the one that we've conducted with adaptability and other constructs. So teachers could actually use the mobile application for self-assessment. They can identify areas that they need to improve, and the results of the mobile application will generate a specific needs-based professional learning goals that teachers could actually try in their classroom. and it gives them certain ideas what strategies they can actually use to improve their adaptability, their self-efficacy, to reduce their job stress, to increase their job satisfaction, to increase their perceived autonomy support, and also to increase their work well-being. It's a really good application, the first so far that we've seen that the results are actually connected or closely linked to the professional development needs of the teachers, and it provides them strategies how to address their learning needs in relation to these non-cognitive constructs or non-cognitive skills. And also this application, mobile application, provides access to the data. Teachers could actually see the level of self-efficacy, level of work well-being, level of stress against others, and against the division, against the regional results, and against the national results. It gives them certain benchmark. But the way we're going to use this mobile application is from the lens of developmental perspective rather than from the lens of accountability. It will not be used to judge the performance of the teachers, but instead it will be used to support teachers to develop these non-cognitive skills for effective, teaching in their own context. Now, to the question, how does research increase our resiliency and adaptability? Now, I'd like to go back to the two purposes of research which I've discussed earlier, which is the generation of knowledge and application of knowledge. Now here, our context is changing, ever changing, not only during pandemic, not only during COVID, but even before. Every single day our context is changing. And if we don't have clear understanding of our context, of what factors influence our context, what factors influence our student learning, what factors influence teaching effectiveness, and what factors influence our governance, our leadership, then we would not be able to respond to the issues and concerns in our own school. And also, there's lots of research evidence out there related to anything in education, and if we don't apply those knowledge and skills into our own context to develop practical knowledge, then we could not respond appropriately to issues, concerns, and problems in our own school. That's why our engagement with research will increase our resilience and adaptability, because we would have a better understanding of our context, we would have a better understanding of any issues, we would have a better understanding of how to solve those issues strategically, evidence-informed in a way, rather than, trying to guess how can we solve these problems. So, in a snapshot, I would say that our resiliency and adaptability is actually influenced by our engagement in research. The way we look at our context, the way we go back to research and engage and explore and generate new knowledge, the way we apply existing knowledge, look at what's in the literature and use those knowledge and skills to apply and to solve issues and problems in our own respective schools. If we don't know what's happening in the theoretical world, if we don't know what's happening in the field, and we don't use research evidence to address certain issues to respond to the needs of time, then we are not adaptive enough. Think about that. We engage in research because we generate knowledge, we apply knowledge to respond appropriately to issues and concerns of the present context. And we need to make sure, as the Department of Education is actually promoting the evidence-informed decision making, we need to always engage in research to find new knowledge, to generate new knowledge, and engage also in literature reading. Look at the good evidence provided in research articles and use them to improve your own learning and teaching activities and to improve your overall governance and leadership in your own school. Now, let's take a closer look to the construct of adaptability, which was developed by Rebecca Colley and Andrew Martin. They are my colleagues here from the University of New South Wales. As you know, University of New South Wales is one of the leading university in Australia in terms of research. We are number 43 in the world in terms of QS ranking, and we pride ourselves for that. And we've got educational psychologists here, world-renowned educational psychologists working on specific constructs. We have theorists, and we have also practical researchers. Now, the construct of adaptability was closely developed by Coley and Martin. And there's 9 indicators which we're going to look at. The first 3 indicators involve cognition, about thinking. And here's the 3 indicators. Number 1, if you're adaptive, you're able to think through a number of possible options to assist you in new situation, meaning to say you look at what's available, options out there, and you choose specific option that's more suited to address certain issues and concerns. The second one is your ability to revise the way you think about a new situation to help you go through it. Meaning to say there's a cognitive adjustment in terms of how you look at certain issues. It's not just, hey, there's a problem and I'm going to respond to it, reactively. But no, you're going to deconstruct the problem, the issue, and make sense of it to further understand the issue. Now, the third indicator is your ability to adjust your thinking or expectation to assist you in a new situation. Now, this is where you need to be realistic in your dealing with new approaches or new situation or new challenges. Sometimes you set a very, very high expectation and you'll end up being frustrated and distressed. But no, if you're an adaptive person, you are actually trying to adjust your expectations. You are becoming realistic in responding to new situations or new challenges. The second set of indicators of adaptability includes your action, your behavior. The first one is your ability to seek out new information, helpful people, or useful resources to effectively deal with new situation. Now, it requires actually an acknowledgement that you don't know anything related to the new situation, and hence you go out there, you read what's in the literature. Every information now is just within your fingertips. You Google, what is it all about? How can I respond to it? What are the experiences of other people? And then you talk with people who are more senior than you and maybe have experience related to that certain new situation. And also you use useful resources to effectively deal with new situations. You read books, you read resources, videos, and any advice to make sure that you're responding appropriately to the new situation. The second one, in uncertain situation, you are able to develop new ways of going through things, different way of asking questions or finding information to help you go through it. It's not just like, oh, I'm going to do this X, Y, and Z. But no, you're going to develop new ways of going about things, meaning you're going to develop certain strategies, new strategies, and try that strategy to address those new situations and challenges. The third there is to assist you in a new situation. You're able to change the way you do things, meaning to say you are flexible. If X doesn't work, go to Y. If Y doesn't work, think about why X and Y didn't work really. What needs to be modified in these two approaches that I have tried? Maybe there's something that I need to add. Maybe there's something that I need to change, or maybe there's something that I need to modify in these two strategies. Should I combine them to address the new situation or new issues and problems? So these are the things that you really need to think when you develop your adaptability. The third set of indicators of adaptability relates to your emotional responses to new situations or challenges or issues and concerns. The first one there is your ability to reduce negative emotions, fear, anxiety, or whatever, to help you deal with uncertain situation. It's your ability to look at, hey, here's the situation. I'm not really capable of doing it, and I'm very anxious to respond to it. But the way you reduce that anxiety, the way you reduce that fear is very, very critical for your adaptability. The second one is that when uncertainty arises, you are able to minimize frustrations or irritation so you can deal with it best. Now, this comes if you are very proactive and you've got a really good foresight in your a job. Now, minimizing frustration is critically important, because if you get frustrated, your job stress will also increase. So if you get frustrated, chill out. Find ways to reduce that frustration, and just think that there's other approaches and strategies out there that could actually help you to respond to this new situation, or to solve new issues and concerns. And the third one is to help you go through a new situation. You are able to draw on your positive feelings and emotion, your enjoyment and satisfaction. That's very, very important. You know how to divert your attention. Instead of thinking about your fear, your anxiety, and your frustration, think of what opportunities is embedded or are embedded within that new challenges and new situations, because you're able to respond to it positively, and you will have a better outlook in terms of those new uncertain situations and challenges in your workplace. So how does research increase our resiliency and adaptability? Knowing the indicators of adaptability and their relationships with other constructs that I've argued earlier based on our research. Now, one, it creates new knowledge. If you engage in research, as I've been saying, it creates new knowledge. New knowledge about the context, new knowledge about factors, new knowledge about ways of doing things, new knowledge that you can actually apply to respond to certain issues in your school, to respond to certain issues related to classroom management, related to pedagogy, related to ICT use, and many other aspects of our work as teachers and as administrators. The second one, it provides broader understanding. The broader your understanding of a certain issues, the more able you are to identify specific approaches that will address certain issues in your school. If you have a very, very limited understanding of a certain problem, then most likely you could not respond to it appropriately. You need to make sure that you engage in research to have a broader understanding of the situation, broader understanding of your context, broader understanding of any issues, any factors that influence your job, influence teaching effectiveness, and influence student learning. The third one, it gives you better insights. Engaging in research gives you a lot of perspectives, actually, not just one single lens to look at. That's why theoretical framework is very, very important, both in quantitative and qualitative research. Not just that you go there, do the interview, and then, look at the themes. No, you have to use certain theoretical framework to look at a certain phenomenon or issue in your school. Because using several theoretical frameworks will give you better insights of the things. For example, how do you look at, equity issues in your classroom? If you look at it from the feminist point of view, or if you're going to look at it from activity theory, from socio-cultural theory, it gives you better insights about certain phenomenon and certain issue in your school. But if you don't engage in research, you've got only a lateral thinking, looking at the issue, that's how I interpret it. But if you have all these, plethora of knowledge and skills in terms of conceptualizing certain issues, looking at certain issues from a very, very specific lens or combination of different lenses, then it gives you better insights on how to appropriately respond to any issues, concerns, and changes or uncertain things in your own context. The next one, engaging in research, gives you the opportunity to try new solutions in the problems. Not only one solution, two solutions, or three solutions, it provides you an opportunity to actually do trial and error and to select the most appropriate intervention or solution to respond to the problems that will arise in the future. It gives you that agency that it's good to try something new and reflect on my experiences and actually think later, how can I further improve that one? And the next one, through research, it generates empirical evidence. This is very important if you are pushing towards evidence-based decision making, because your research will provide you empirical evidence. It will provide you data. It will provide you, mathematical model or voices or interview transcripts from teachers. And you can use those results actually to make sense of the situation, to make sense of the problems, to make sense of the phenomena, and actually respond to them appropriately. And the next one, engaging in research verifies theories. You have certain ideas, certain theoretical understanding, and through research, it gives you actually opportunity to take those theories into the actual classroom, into the actual field, into the classroom, into your respective school, and develop practical knowledge. And with all those ideas generated there, your resiliency and adaptability, when certain situation comes in, uncertain situation, it gives you a better agency to respond to those new situations appropriately. And also, as I said, engaging in research produces practical knowledge. Sometimes what's reported in the literature, what's reported in journal articles, especially if you go to those top quality journals, it's very, very theoretical, because the purpose of those journals actually is to have a theoretical model to build theoretical understanding. But what we really need in the field is the translation of those theoretical knowledge into practical knowledge, because that's what we need. Practical knowledge that can solve issues, that can solve problems, that can solve or can respond to certain situations in our schools, in our classroom, and in our community as well, if you'd like. So engaging in research gives you that agency to develop practical knowledge, and also engaging in research changes beliefs, perceptions, and practices, which are very, very important, because if you can't change your beliefs and perceptions and practices, then you're not able to respond to a new situation, to a new phenomenon, or to new issues, and hence your adaptability is not demonstrated. Remember, when you think about adaptability, it's about recalibrating your thinking, recalibrating your behavior, recalibrating your action, recalibrating your emotions in order to respond appropriately to uncertainties and to new challenges, new issues and problems. And the way you engage in research gives you that agency, gives you the knowledge and skills, gives you the efficacy, gives you a certain edge in terms of drawing from what you know and what's reported in the literature, and use them to respond appropriately to new situations and concerns. And with that, I would say that you need to be strategic with your research engagement. Go back to these 5 criteria of effective research. If you are engaging in research, if you have a research proposal, if you are if you are conceptualizing new research, then think about the relevance of your research. Is it interesting? Will it create new debate? Will it push a new agenda? Will it create new motivation from teachers, from principals, and from other administrators? Will it be useful? Can it be used for policy articulation? Can it be used to change people's perceptions, beliefs, and practices? Is it high impact? Can it be used to change practices? And also, is it cost efficient? So these 5 criteria are very, very important when you engage in research and when you develop your research proposal. So I'll leave you with that. Think, reflect, and I hope everyone in Region 1 actually will engage in research that are relevant, interesting, useful, high impact, and cost efficient, to change your beliefs and perceptions, to ensure effective learning and teaching with a clear focus on increasing student outcomes. Because at the end of the day, our business in the education sector is to ensure effective learning and teaching, and to ensure that every student is supported to optimize their learning and to achieve better outcomes. So thank you very much for having me, and I wish you all the best symposium that you have for today, and I hope you've learned something. Thank you very much, and good morning.
Wow, we are all overwhelmed here at San Carlos City Division. Thank you so much, Dr. Dennis Alonso, our guest of honor and speaker. We learned a lot, especially about research, and I believe that for the upcoming months, San Carlos City Division is really a home of research and innovation. Okay, this time we're about to award the Certificate of Recognition to our guest of honor and speaker. Let me read to you the text. Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 1. Certificate Schools Division Office of San Carlos City Certificate of Recognition. This certificate is awarded to Dennis Alonso, guest of honor and speaker, for imparting invaluable knowledge, experience, and expertise pertaining to the team achieving resiliency and adaptability in the new normal through research and innovations, thereby contributing immensely to the success of the second SDO SCC Virtual Research Innovation Summit, given this 26th day of November 2021 at the Schools Division Office, San Carlos City, Pangasinan. Signed, Lourdes D. Servito, CESO 6 Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Officer in Charge, Office of the Schools Division Superintendent.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dennis Alonzo.
As we challenge our partners in the academy, the teachers and school personnel, it is just right and proper that we at SDO San Carlos City should take the lead in making things happen.
Evidently, partner, we are together in achieving one goal. Here's the equally brilliant chiefs of CID and SGOD, Dr. Edita R. Pridas and Sir Villamor Q. Gloria, to present the details on Model Version 1 and Version 2 and Project Free, respectively.
To our guest of honor and speaker in this division activity, Dr. Dennis Alonso. To the top officials of DepEd RO1, spearheaded by, of course, our regional director, Dr. Tolentino Aquino, Assistant Regional Director, Sir Ronald Castillo, the PPRD Chief, Dr. Cecilia Rosido, and of course, the SDO San Carlos City Top Management, spearheaded by our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Lourdes D. Servito, our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Marilu N. Cardenas, SGOD Chief, Sir Villamor Gloria, our Administrative Officer, Sir Nelson Peralta, and of course to the proponent of this research summit today, Sir Renante Camara, to the SDO DepEd family, to my fellow presenters, to everyone, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to present to you, my dear friends, my innovation entitled Mode L version 2.0. Let me start my presentation with the little background about this innovation. You know, equipping learners with the knowledge, skills, and attitude necessary to develop their full potential to thrive in the real world is the paramount objective of all educational institutions. Philippine education is indeed dynamic, that it constantly adapts to changes that best fit the times. Furthermore, since the K-12 law stipulates growth and progress in the way the curriculum is designed, the learning environment today is not strictly confined to a visible four-wall classroom. However, this basic tenet to which the Department of Education anchors its mission to educate the learner is under scrutiny right now due to the looming problem brought about by the coronavirus 2019. The pandemic has changed the landscape of human interaction and socialization as it brought forth a new normal of contactless interaction. This evidently led the academic institutions, the schools, to temporarily put on hold the face-to-face learning delivery. Thus, in compliance with a DepEd policy, SDO San Carlos City conducted a learner enrollment survey last school year 2020-2021 as to the preferred learning delivery modality. The results of the survey showed that the stakeholders, particularly the parents and learners, had opted to choose modular distance learning delivery modality with printed self-learning modules as the learning materials. With this came the birth of the project mode and project mode L in our division through the able leadership of Dr. Lourdes de Servito, our officer in charge, schools division superintendent of the division in the school year 2020-21. I would just like to mention that Project Mode and Mode L started in June of 2020. Project Mode stands for Modular Development and Mode L for Modular and Electronic Learning. SDO San Carlos City, through the Curriculum Implementation Division, initiated the development of locally developed modules. In addition, schools had adopted hybrid of learning, that is the use of printed and soft copies of the self-learning modules, as well as the use of electronics in teaching. Admittedly, however, my friends, there were a lot of challenges last school year 2020-21. And may I mention a few, like the shortage of printed self-learning modules, absence of parents and learning facilitators to assist the learners, the paradigm shift on the learning delivery for teachers, absence of gadgets in the households, no internet connectivity, and not to mention the surge of COVID-19. There were also a lot of questions raised by the stakeholders, like, are the learners really learning under the distance learning delivery modality? Do learners really appreciate the self-learning modules? Is there a mastery of the most essential learning competencies? Likewise, was there an academic or curriculum dust? According to the information we had gathered, there were some learners who wanted to stop schooling because they could hardly cope up with the lessons. Some said using the printed self-learning module is so boring. Others have problems getting in touch with their teachers because of poor internet connectivity or financial problems. Some learners, on the other hand, just to comply with the submission of the modules, they copied the key answers in the modules. The above-mentioned feedbacks prompted the proponent of this innovation to think on ways on how can CID help carry out the mandate of the department, which is to ensure that the quality of learning remains even with the absence of face-to-face experiences. How can CID, Curriculum Implementation Division, be of help to sustain the interest of the learners in their studies? Another question at the back of the mind of the proponent is, how can CID be of help to teachers to facilitate the learning delivery. And ultimately, how can CID with the internal stakeholders improve learners' academic performance? It is with the above premises that this project Mode L 2.0 was proposed. Equipped with the BELCP and the battle cry of Sulong Edukalidad, Project Mode L 2.0 aims to bring back the joy of learning and the enthusiasm for discovery by bringing back teacher visibility and teacher presence. This project, Mode L 2.0, will put a face on the printed modules in all learning areas by virtue of supplementing the self-learning modules with video lessons that are carefully planned and created and are aligned with the most essential learning competencies as mandated by DepEd Order Number 12, Series of 2020, the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan. Friends, this time allow me to present to you the project objectives and strategies. The first objective of this innovation is to promote creativity from among the teachers in the creation of engaging video lessons. And for us to achieve this objective, our strategies are: first, we started identifying potential video lesson creators. Second, we conducted division capability building, coaching on video lesson making. The second objective was to create and quality assure creative video lessons that are aligned with the most essential learning competencies to enhance learning in all learning areas. Thus, we and the Curriculum Implementation Division, with the help of the education program supervisors, we identified teachers who can prepare video lessons, and after which the education program supervisors validated the content of the video lessons. Likewise, the video lessons were quality assured by the division quality assurance team. The third objective of this innovation is to improve learners' academic performance. So what did we do? We did not place the video lessons in the cabinet. Instead, we distributed and we continue distributing the quality assured video lessons to schools. And hopefully, we can achieve increased performance of the learners. Let me now proceed with the project methodology. What was the first stage? First, being the proponent of this innovation, I presented the idea to my colleagues in the CIG. I had discussed this with the education program supervisors. We had discussed the information and the data we have on hand, and we tried to plan and collaborate. And all of us agreed that indeed we have to enhance the project Mode L version 1 and come up with project Mode L version 2.0. by coming up with video lessons. Okay, so after the planning and the collaboration, we, the education program supervisors, with the help of the public schools district supervisors, identified potential video lesson developers. And of course, our video lesson developers are actually teachers in the field. And then, of course, after identifying the potential video lesson developers, we tried to coach them. And in fact, we had conducted a capacity building for them. Likewise, we also tapped the expertise of our teachers who are already good in doing video lessons. So after identifying and providing the necessary coaching, we proceeded to the creation of video lessons. Teachers submitted their created video lessons. Education program supervisors in all learning areas conducted the validation in terms of content. And the division quality assurance team made the quality assurance of the video lessons. Thus, we arrived at quality assured video lessons. From there, we distributed such video lessons to school, and ultimately, we hope that with the help of the video lessons, learners will be more engaged, learners will be more interested in learning, and that ultimately there will be improved in learners' academic performance. This time, may I present to you the significance of the innovation. One significance of this project that shall employ video lessons as supplemental learning resources is its ability to motivate students. Knowing that they can understand a real person is speaking and is teaching them about the lessons. This is a great milestone for the students because they will feel that they are not isolated or neglected in the remote learning setup. Video lesson also demonstrate that the attainment of quality education is not just a concept at school. Rather, it is a trait that can be achieved even at the confines of one's home. Another significance of this innovation is that these video lessons are offline resourced. They can be stored and played in gadgets without using internet connectivity. They are accessible since the office are uploading the video lessons and every week, and these are all given to schools every Monday. And they are updated from time to time. Likewise, the video lessons are also televised through the Carlos and Carlene network of the division. For this, we hope that the video lessons shall ensure student success in understanding the contents of the printed modules. Finally, there is an undeniable fact that there is a pressing need to secure the standards of education amidst the pandemic. This project, Mold L 2.0, is highly significant due to its heightened awareness of the greatest need to ensure that the education of the Filipino learners remain on the top tier priorities, that education is still, after all, the key to our nation's bright future. This time, friends, allow me to show you sample of the video lessons.
Kamusta Hello Google? Kumunta maksilsuluman yo taong pano natalusan yo'y aralin tayo natan. Balat antis tayo manaray, mangan syuntinin. Syuparat si kayo so akaw naladayat. Siya kakakarakmat lagdayat. Amayamay so anang nang kun ang kakalaga sira. Say pamagatuyay kansyon tayo, dalum na dayat. Mga syunti na siring, bansagan nyo ka. Dalum na dayat so nanayaman ko apat ulan niyang gaboy uran. Di man nakakanan mo nasira-sirat sa kakatulagan. Dalum na dayat so nanayaman ko apat ulan niyang gaboy uran. Di man nakakanan mo nasira-sirat sa kakatulagan. Kapatiran orang so interasiraan ko ginataan nga bulurso. Interdan palamis ko nan syakat sa tay napkaan. Danumso kagaruan ko say kwanan pating so. Si katutay ang gapo.
That was a sample video lesson for mother tongue. This time, allow me to show you sample video lessons for each grade level. So we have here a sample video lesson for grade 1, Unaan Abalita. We also have here a video lesson for grade 2. We have here a video lesson for grade 3, grade 4. Okay, here, MAPE for grade 5. Mathematics for grade 6. We have also English for grade 6. Mathematics again for grade 5. ESP, grade 7. We have Mathematics for grade 8. We have Science 7 for grade 7. Limpalipunan for grade 10. And we have grade 9. I would just like to inform the group that we have developed video lessons from kinder to grade 10. Coming up are video lessons for senior high school. And as of date, I'd like to inform the group that because of the video lessons, learners were more engaged with their lessons at home. Okay? I would like also to inform the group that we also develop video lessons for SPED. Okay? This one is a video lesson for learners with hearing impairment. Okay? Okay? Another video lesson for SPED. In other words, this project, Mode L 2.0, is premised with the belief that, no child should be left behind. We should address all learners. Okay? So with this, friends, having mentioned of the video lessons that we have done, we move to the next steps, and we don't stop with the distribution. We don't stop with the creation of video lessons, but we in the Curriculum and Implementation Division, and of course in collaboration with SDO, OSDS, we have these next steps. Monitoring and supervision. Okay, we involve key stakeholders, and we continue to be creative and strengthen collaboration. We would like to believe that our video lessons may not be perfect, but we can still refine them as we get along. Okay. With that, friends, I would like to say thank you, everyone. I hope you appreciate our innovation in the Curriculum Implementation Division. Again, on behalf of my colleagues in the CID, I would like to thank you all. God bless.
To our guest of honor and speaker, Dr. Dennis Alonzo of the University of New South Wales in Australia. To the Regional Director, Dr. Tolentino Aquino. To our Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Ronald Castillo. To the Chief of the Region 1 Policy Planning and Research Division, Dr. Cecil Lucido. To our very articulate Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Lourdes Servito. To our equally articulate Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Marilu Cardenas. To the very hardworking CID Chief, Dr. Editha R. Pridas. To our Administrative Officer 5, Dr. Nelson Peralta. To my fellow DepEd workers, school heads, teachers, and to all our live viewers in the entire Region 1, wherever you are, whatever you are doing, good day to all of you. Here's praying that you are in good health and in good condition. In support of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan of the Department of Education, the Schools Division Office of San Carlos City has been continuously searching for ways on how it can help our schools continue to deliver quality basic education to our San Carlinian learners, represented by the icons Carlos and Carlin. We initially thought of putting up our own radio stations in 4 strategic locations in San Carlos City, but this initiative was halted at once when DepEd Central Office issued a memorandum that ragtag stations put up by schools and schools divisions should cease to operate if their operations were not approved by the National Telecommunications Commission. NTC opined that radio broadcast frequencies are limited natural resources and that the Commission cannot afford to assign broadcast frequencies to each and every schools and schools division. And so, we immediately went back to the drawing board and started conceptualizing from scratch. Sure, we can easily propose a module production hub, complete with printing equipment and consumables, but in a year or two, when things go back to normal, it would not be as effective as now. What project then should we propose so that it would benefit the learners of San Carlos City the most? A project that is also sustainable and technology-driven. The inspiration came when I heard Dr. Marilu Cardenas talked about schools and DepEd personnel to be forward-looking. Schools and officials should not only be reactive to what is happening around us, but should also plan for the future. I remembered what I read a few weeks prior to that about why our Kabaluyan from Bayangbang was shortlisted and was eventually chosen as Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. He espoused an idea of an educational institution that is future-proof. His vision of future-proofing the UPLB campus is about sustaining universities' relevance by developing approaches and undertakings to minimize the cost and impacts of shocks of the future events. We thought that our project should anchor on that very concept of forward-looking or future-proofing. SDO San Carlos City should provide quality basic education to San Carlos City learners for this pandemic time and beyond. And so came Project Free. We envisioned the project to be future-ready by providing an alternative mode of learning delivery that is useful during this challenging time and even more so useful when we go back to face-to-face instruction. We shall put up a broadcast and recording center named Carlos and Carlin Network here at SDO San Carlos City, where live lessons shall be broadcast to San Carlos City learners via Facebook Live and YouTube. Those who are not capable of watching the live broadcast shall be provided with the recorded videos of the lessons. Moreover, this might actually contribute to solving our perennial problem of low National Achievement Test performance of our learners. In the near future, when schools go back to face-to-face learning modality, we could invite one expert teacher to teach in a particular grade level and learning area via online, broadcast the lesson to all schools of San Carlos City, and all learners in that particular grade level simultaneously watch and learn from the teacher, thus minimizing misconceptions among learners, since there is one source of knowledge and understanding, who is the expert teacher. The project is a community partnership in its truest sense. Thanks to the Latter-day Saints Charities Philippines, especially to the couple missionaries Elder Del and Sister Danny Hill, for without their dedication, commitment, and belief that the project would benefit thousands of learners, this project would not be realized. The charities donated an audiovisual equipment package amounting to close to 7,000 pesos. 700,000 pesos, I mean. Also, with the support of the local government unit of San Carlos City, headed by the City Mayor Honorable Julier C. Resuello, all 54,000 plus learners of the city will soon be provided with free internet connectivity and will gain access to live broadcasts of the CCN. The provincial government, led by the Governor Honorable Amadis Pino, donated more than 600 tablets which can be used for this cause. The schools division itself, through the CID, has purchased more than 2,700 units of on-the-go storage devices that may be used as repository for online resources, and more than 300 tablets for our learners. Truly, all pieces are now falling into place. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to present to you Project Free and CCN of SDO San Carlos City.
Good day, San Carlinian learners! Live airing from the Mango Bamboo capital of the Philippines, San Carlos City. Keep tuning in as we bring you the latest and the best mode of learning in the name of service. This is your teacher broadcaster, DJ Rocky. Welcome to a fan-filled day of learning, only here at CCN Broadcast Center. CCN Broadcast Center, where every Carlos and Carlene learns best. The excitement is on. We are getting into the vibes. SDO San Carlos City proudly presents CCN Broadcast Center, a live studio broadcast installed at SDO SCC for every San Carlinian learner. In the conduct of Pandemic School Year 1 and Year 2 and in support to the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan or BELCP, Schools Division Office of San Carlos City introduced various distance learning delivery modalities for implementation during COVID-19 as the key framework of the educational system in this pandemic situation, depending on the learner's availability to access learning materials. Thus, in the third quarter of school year 2020-2021, Project Prime, or Promoting Radio-Based Instruction vis-a-vis Melt-Based Education, was launched to broaden the provision of learning opportunities and enable the delivery of equal basic education across SDO-SCC learners. A radio-based instruction program that uses radio broadcasts to deliver learning materials in collaboration with various AM or FM radio broadcasting companies. With its success, SDO-SCC aspired to have its own radio FM station to fully maximize the benefits of having such. Through the generous and ever worthwhile assistance given by the humanitarian arm of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints and other internal and external stakeholders who in one way or another continuously renouncing their support and commitment up to the realization of Project 3. Gramercy, 21st of October, a remarkable day as our beloved SDO SCC held the unboxing and installation moment of the technical equipment for our very first and very own CCN Broadcast Center. Here's a sneak peek.
Hello everyone! Today is one of the most exciting moments here at the Schools Division Office, San Carlos City. It is time for the unboxing of the audio-video equipment donated to us by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, specifically the International Latter-day Saint Charities with its Philippine chapter, the Latter-day Saint Charities Philippines Incorporated, to whom we are so much grateful.
The CCN Broadcast Center has the following functions on the two scenarios. During the pandemic situation, in the absence of face-to-face class, it will serve as a broadcast studio for live lessons to learners with internet connectivity, whereas lessons will be aired live via SDO SCC YouTube channel and SDO SCC FB page. However, learners without internet connectivity will be provided with offline video and audio lessons. A cloud-based repository or Google Drive of video and audio lessons will be maintained so that teachers can easily access them for ready distribution to learners. During the normal setting, when all goes back to the same routine where face-to-face class is permitted, it will be utilized as a broadcast studio for the live video lessons to all schools, thus will be aired via SDO SCC FB page real-time. Offline video and audio lessons will serve as supplementary learning resources, especially to those learners who could not attend their classes. It will serve as venue for recording, editing, dubbing localized or contextualized learning materials as the target primary functions. All this and more. Of course, this wouldn't be made possible without the duly assistance and initiatives of kind-hearted people. Hats off and much of thanks to the men and women behind the realization of this project. Elder Del Hill, Sister Jenny Hill, Latter-day Saints Charities Humanitarian Missionaries, Brother Jairo C. Perez, Country Director, Latter-day Saints Charities Philippines Incorporated, Area Humanitarian Manager, SDS Lourdes Di Servito for her brand of leadership and fervent drive as the prime mover of this project, along with the SDO SCC top management, ASDS Marilu N. Cardenas, CID Chief Itira R. Piras, SDOD Chief Villamor Q. Gloria, Administrative Officer 5 Nelson B. Peralta. SDO SCC functional divisions, particularly the Social and Mobilization Unit, under the School Governance and Operations Division, for acting out a spontaneous partnership with the donors and other stakeholders. also with the Curriculum and Implementation Division for the provision and quality assurance of the learning materials. Education Media Powerhouse or AMP team, SDO SCC Teacher Broadcasters, SDO SCC Teachers and Learners. Indeed, we are apt for a more exciting, more surprising way of learning. SDO SCC is gearing it up easy, simply because we are all in this together. Test it up! Here's your CCN Broadcast Center, now serving you with only the best and always with a heart.
The second...
Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, check. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello.
The second...
Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, check. 1, 2, 3. Test.
The second Virtual Research and Innovation Summit gives us the vibes to embrace the love for learning, more so the fervent drive to find solutions to the rising problems we face.
SDO SCC bows and celebrates the dedication and brilliance on research and innovations of the following presenters. We have Ma'am Bridget Marfe C. Abalos, Teacher 2 from Bulingit National High School, with her research title, Improvising Grade 12 Learners Reading Comprehension Level Using Present, Explore, Engage, Create Utilization Tools or PCOT-oriented modules.
We also have Sir Marta B. Eluin, ALS Mobile Teacher, with his title, Improving the Skills in Basic Math Operation of Alternative Learning System Learners through Project Alodia, Asynchronous Learning through Offline Digital Instructional Alternatives.
Another researcher in the person of Ma'am Jennifer B. Ferrer, Principal 1 of Lilimasan Elementary School, with our research title, Effectiveness of E-Learning Supplemental Materials in Science 6 at Lilimasan Elementary School.
Next, we have Ma'am Nerissa C. Layog, a Teacher 3 of SAPNAS. Her research title is Structured Note-Taking Learning Strategy and Addressing the Poor Performance in Science. And of course, we have Ma'am Raquel G. Garcia, EPS2 of SDO San Carlos City, with her research title, Effectiveness of Distance Learning Through Video-Mediated Instruction vis-a-vis the anxiety level of grade 7 students of Speaker Eugenio Perez National Agricultural School.
Good day, everyone. I am Bridget Marvicano Avalos, Teacher 2 of Bulingit National High School and a birth grantee for the year 2020. Today, I would like to impart to you my research journey along with the making of my action research entitled Improving the Grade 12 Learners Reading Comprehension Level using Present, Explore, Engage, Create Utilization Tool or PCAT-oriented module.
The said research study was also published in the referred DepEd Region 1 journal called Panang Sukiso.
With the advent of new normal where face-to-face classes is not yet permitted, this scenario paved the way for the implementation of modular distance learning. In this regard, almost all public schools nationwide have utilized modularized instruction as their learning modality, where the learning paradigm is shifted from class lectures to modular approach. As a result, several issues affecting learning, including low reading comprehension, have been identified. The prevailing problem with reading comprehension was evidently cited from the 2018 Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA, where Filipino pupils yielded a lower score than the average of 487 points. Correspondingly, as indicated by the NCAT and NEET results, the prevailing quality of literacy and reading comprehension in the country is declining. Despite the agency's concerted attempts to remediate the problems and drawbacks following the launch of Project iCare and Every Child Our Reader program, this has still remained the problem. Meanwhile, in the school setting, the teacher observed and noted some of the common signs of reading comprehension difficulties manifested by her students, such as confusion about the meaning of words and sentences, inability to connect ideas in a passage, identifying the main problem, difficulty distinguishing significant from minor details, and difficulty summarizing and structuring academic texts. These observations are reflected in the pre-test scores of grade 12 learners in Bulingit National High School with low mean scores 10.4 and 10.55 respectively. In the aforementioned scenario, the researcher was prompted to conduct the study to improve the reading comprehension level of grade 12 learners using the PCAT-oriented module as an intervention material. This intervention material includes a distinct and simplified learning process, which includes presenting the learning competency or the lesson itself, exploring students' glean creative and critical thinking skills through the use of activities, diagnostic tests, or other students' warm-up and germinal activities prior to the lesson, engaging the students through establishing a relationship with them through lesson discourse, and creating self-made and required activities integrated in a module with 5 topics included, such as appropriate language in academic writing, various academic formats, summarizing approaches, the thesis statement in an academic text, and outlining a text. Further, these topics were linked to the MELCs in the first quarter of the subject, English for academic and professional purposes, which focus on the content criterion for reading academic texts, where the learners particularly had low reading comprehension as revealed by their pre-test scores. It can be deduced that the students' poor performance could be linked to the usage of traditional subject modules, which only covered the standard format and process of modules and did not explicitly address reading difficulties. In relation to this, the researcher made the PCAT-oriented module as an intervention because a research study claimed that customized modules developed by the teacher can help to improve the learner's general comprehension of concepts in any subject area with teacher's assistance. Similarly, a self-learning module as an instructional material is an independent study where it helps one learner acquire learning skills and better self-study. When students study the module, they gradually improve their understanding of the concepts included in the module, and with little assistance, the learners become self-reliant and empowered in their own learning. For the methodology, the study was conducted using a 2-group design. Meanwhile, experimental research is a controlled technique utilized in the study. In addition, the experimental design used in the study was a 2-group pre-test post-test design, with 2 groups determined based on a comparable status in terms of a criteria measured. The experimental group was assigned to the first group, and the control group was assigned to the second group. Furthermore, only the experimental group was exposed to the experimental variable, which is the PCAT-oriented module, but the control group was not. The control group only received this usual module, which covered the same topics. Normally, the researcher provided the same test with similar topics after the intervention. The participants of the study were 40 grade 12 students enrolled under the General Academic Strand of Bulingit National High School. In the study, the researcher divided the participants into 2 groups, control and experimental, each with 20 students from the same class who all had the corresponding reading comprehension ability based on their pre-test and other formative reading comprehension tasks. Grounded on the equivalence test, the groups were of the matching level of performance since the pre-test results averred that both groups had a mean score below 10.6. The researchers secured parental consent that their children be included as respondents to the study. Similarly, consent was obtained from the participants themselves that they will be involved in the conduct of the study. When the researcher was already done making the intervention, the module was subjected to a content validation where the educational program supervisor in charge in English and the educational program supervisor in charge in Learning Resource Management System validated the intervention material as to its language, content, and accuracy. The evaluators used the prescribed DepEd evaluation rating sheet for printed materials to establish the intervention's validity. The evaluators rated the intervention with a score of 9 out of 10, making it very satisfactory. Subsequently, the teacher-researcher reproduced 40 PICAD-oriented modules and distributed them via home visitation. The learners were given a duration of 6 weeks to study and answer the module intervention, where the first week was intended to give orientation and quick dry run regarding the study and process of answering the modules, while the next 5 weeks were proposed for the time to study the lesson and answer activities covering each learning competency in the said modules. And now to establish the impact of PICAD-oriented module on students' level of reading comprehension, respondents took a pre-test and a post-test. These pre-tests and post-tests were created by the teacher-researcher herself and consisted of 50-item multiple-choice questions each. The questions were developed to help students improve their reading comprehension by means of having lessons and activities related to reading academic texts. This includes the learning competencies covering the following: suitable language used in academic writing, diverse academic structures, summarizing approaches, an academic text thesis statement, and outlining a text. Meanwhile, each questionnaire was evaluated and verified before to the conduct of the pre-test and post-test by the researcher's superiors, namely the EPS in charge for English, EPS in charge for ALS Kindergarten and Research, and the head teacher 3 of Bulingit National High School. Both the pre-test and post-test were subjected to content validity check as required by the San Carlos City Division. The teacher-researcher used the assessment form to ascertain the validity of the material in terms of organization, clarity, and relevance. The content validity of the test, as determined by the assessments, was highly valid, garnering a 4.09 on a 5-point Likert scale. Further, a reliability test was also conducted and yielded a 0.70 coefficient, indicating a high level of reliability using the Cronbach's level. And after the exam was validated, it was pilot tested in one part of grade 12 under the supervision of the head teacher 3 of the respondent school, and the results were used to determine the test dependability. The researcher then used the Kuder-Richardson Formula 20 or KR20 and revealed a coefficient of 0.73, indicating that the test instrument is very reliable. This table shows the findings of the comparison of the experimental and control groups' levels of reading comprehension before the intervention. During the pretest, it was found out that there was no significant difference between the experimental and control groups when looking at reading comprehension, as shown by the t-value of 0.13 and the t-critical value of 2.093. On the other hand, for the post-test, the calculated t-value 30.59 was higher than the t-critical value of 2.093, rejecting the null hypothesis. Therefore, there is a significant difference between the reading comprehension level of the control and the experimental groups. For the results of pretest and post-test of control and experimental group before the intervention showed no significant difference on their level of reading comprehension. This implies that the experiment should be carried out because there is no considerable difference in the skills of the students in the both groups. On the other hand, the scores derived from the post-test infer the significant improvement in the test scores, which can be attributed to the usage of PICAD-oriented module. Therefore, the students can understand academic text better when lessons are presented in a PCAT-oriented module. The experimental and control groups in the pretest showed no significant difference on their level of reading comprehension, since both obtained similar mastery level, yielding to very least mastery, which means that an intervention can be carried out, while for the post-intervention assessment, the experimental group outpaced the control group, which revealed a significant reading comprehension gap. As a result, students in the experimental group perform better when it comes to their level of comprehension in reading academic texts while using the PCAT-oriented module, and this proved to be a more successful type of module than the conventional module employed by the control group. Furthermore, the usage of this intervention material may be attributed as the key determinant in this distinction, due to the learner's low reading comprehension skills, which may be aggravated further due to the absence of face-to-face classes. A teacher may not give immediate attention and direct assistance to those learners who have learning difficulties in comprehending academic texts. The utilization of PCAT as a new and simplified learning process in a module give the learners more time to explore on the reading questions and manage to think of the correct answers, and reduce the stress of time pressure. They may also use the lessons and activities incorporated into the PCAT-oriented module to intensify and gain mastery in better understanding the content of the academic text. Furthermore, the researchers' motivation for creating and promoting this intervention is to support and foster the Department of Education's Academic Ease campaign, in which adjustments in the assigned tasks for the learners are based on reducing the module requirements, implementing no penalty on late submissions, and implementing a no-fail policy for learners.
The use of PCAT-oriented module contributed positively in increasing the reading comprehension level of grade 12 learners in Bulingit National High School. This intervention established a high degree of a testable effect in formal education as a supplemental learning material where one of the primordial skills it advocates is reading. The learning intervention used in this study was a student-friendly module possessing a distinct and simplified learning process consisting of only 4 module parts, which focuses mainly on giving salient and related topics, activities, and strategies about reading academic text. Furthermore, this intervention aids learners to process and deduce information with the text that they are reading. Therefore, in case where a written or an oral text demands an assessment of communication and language competency of the learners, they are well prepared to execute such skills in order to achieve good results. In addition, the respondents have demonstrated that this intervention improves comprehension when reading academic texts. Thus, its adoption is strongly encouraged, including its distribution and utilization in school communities with low reading skills in English.
And this ends my first research journey, but definitely not the last. I would like to end this presentation with a motivational quote stating that endless research is the key to academic excellence. Once again, this is Bridget Marvicano Avalos, teacher researcher of Bulingit National High School. Thank you and God bless us all.
Good day, everyone. I am Arte B. Ilumin, a mobile teacher in the Alternative Learning System Division of San Carlos City, Pangasinan, and I would like to present to you my action research entitled Improving the Skills in Basic Math Operations of Alternative Learning System Learners through Project Alodia. Generally, problem-solving skills development is one of the emphasis in 21st century educational targets and is extremely valued. As a result, it is taught as one of the learning strands in the alternative learning system. However, Filipino learners scored a depressing 353 points in mathematical literacy in the Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA, which is much lower than the average 489 points and classed as below level 1 competency.
In the local context, ALS learners in SDO San Carlos City District 1 performed poorly in terms of problem-solving abilities, as shown in the results of the functional literacy test conducted. In the numeracy abilities area, only 11 or 20% of the 55 ALS secondary level learners who took the functional literacy test in 2019 received scores of 7 to 24 points, and media feasible in modern technology to help students learn the bedrock of mathematical operations. Online media have opened a new vista of educational possibilities, teaching and learning process, especially in synchronous learning. However, learners may not have access on these online learning interventions because of their limited connectivity. Even if they have technological skills and gadgets, many out-of-school youngsters are helpless in using the internet because they cannot afford a regular subscription due to financial restrictions.
Project Alodia was conceptualized through the circumspection of this researcher. It is an offline asynchronous intervention that uses locally developed instructional videos containing basic mathematical operations.
These videos were created and recorded by the ALS teachers themselves based on learning competencies involving basic mathematical operations. This action research was conducted with the aim of improving learners' problem-solving abilities through the use of Project Alodia. This study assessed the effectiveness of Project Alodia in improving the performance of alternative learning system learners in basic mathematical operations. Specifically, it sought to answer the following questions. What is the level of performance of the control group in basic mathematical operations before and after exposure to the traditional method? What is the level of performance of the experimental group in basic mathematical operations before and after the utilization of Project Alodia? Is there a significant difference between the level of performance of the ALS learners in basic mathematical operations in both the control and experimental groups before and after the utilization of Project Alodia?
The study was conducted for a period of 12 weeks and used 2 groups of respondents. They were provided efficiency tests made up of 40 items in basic mathematical operations, which is 1 point per item.
This experimental study used a 2-group design with a control group and an experimental group. The respondents were out-of-school youth enrolled in San Carlos City District 1 Alternative Learning System Junior High School during the school year 2020-2021. There are 39 ALS learners at junior high school who were selected using purposive sampling. The participants were divided into two groups, the control group and the experimental group. The participants were randomly assigned to the experimental and control groups. The experimental and control groups were not the same in number, but the performances were the same as evidenced by the equivalence test, 12.45 for the control and 12.11 for experimental group respectively. The pre-assessment scores were compared to justify the experimental process. To address the learning gap, Project Alodia, or asynchronous learning through offline digital instructional alternatives, was utilized to enhance the performance level of ALS learners in District 1 in basic mathematical operations. This is a collaborative project of the ALS teachers which aims to develop and produce short instructional videos as supplemental learning materials to address the learning gap during the pandemic. Video scripts were conceptualized and were evaluated by the Learning Resource Management section. The recorded video lessons contain an introduction to the topic by the teacher, cited in a situation, and followed by discussion with the aid of graphics and visuals, detailing the step-by-step procedures in fundamental operations. This is presented in an animated process on the screen, as it is narrated using both channels to clarify the process. It includes the use of on-screen text, graphics, and symbols to highlight important information. Moreover, presentations are segmented to allow learners to engage and give them control over the flow of new information. Then, the concept is applied by means of giving examples which the learner can follow. The intervention was utilized for 6 weeks in a synchronous manner. The respondents were given 1 hour to complete each test. Prior to the pre-test, a letter of information and consent for participation in the research study was sent to the respondents' parents or guardians. Moreover, the test was monitored using an online application. The data were gathered directly from respondents after the conduct of each test. The post-assessment was then given to both control and experimental groups, and the results were tallied and analyzed. The results show the control group has a poor level of performance on basic math operations in the pre-test. This could mean that they had a very little background of the topic which they may have acquired through prior learning. However, after their exposure to the traditional method on the topic, they have achieved higher scores, but still under poor performance. This proves the fact that traditional teaching methods remain applicable in the present time and can be substantiated using lectures. The learners were able to, at the minimum, harness their knowledge which they gained from prior learning, specifically in the 4 fundamental operations. However, they were not able to perform order of operations and word problem solving correctly, as reflected in the result of their pre-assessment test. On the other hand, their performance was improved upon exposure to the traditional teaching methods, since they were able to answer several problems correctly and perform the correct order of operations. The computed data reveals that before the use of Project Alodia, the level of performance of the experimental group towards the lesson was poor. This implies that they encountered obstacles in understanding the topic or concept presented in the lesson. This could also mean that the respondents of the study somehow have inadequate amount of comprehension on basic math operations. It is something that requires attention. However, the learners still manage to utilize prior knowledge, more specifically in the 4 fundamental operations. Moreover, it can be gleaned in their post-test that the experimental group showed improvement in their performance level. Remarkably, the experimental group obtained a higher mean score in the post-test, elevating the performance to fair. This gives an attestation that application of this intervention strengthens the learner's skills in basic mathematical operations. For the pretest, the non-significance pinpoints that at the start of the experiment, the control and the experimental groups had same level of performance. The calculated data highlights that the use of the intervention to the experimental group exhibited an improved mean. These provide solid evidence of the effectiveness of the Project Alodia in improving the performance of the ALS learners. The scores in the pretest and post-test of the experimental group show the significant difference due to the intervention introduced. Hence, the performance in basic mathematical operations improved using instructional videos. On the other hand, there was a low increase in the mean score of the post-test of the control group. Finally, the pretest scores of both the control and experimental groups also signify a convincing difference. However, a slight difference was only obtained, which propounded that the mean scores of the two groups are almost nearly equal or similar, although the respondents come from an identical population.
It can therefore be concluded that the use of asynchronous instructional video lessons under Project Alodia in alternative learning system have contributed positively to learners' performance level.
It demonstrated high levels of probable impact in non-formal education and were able to match learning modalities in conveying new information by using both the verbal channel and the visual or pictorial channel. This increases the retention of the learner and their ability to convey information, as well as the learner's engagement with videos. However, there is still a lot to learn about the success metrics that this influence converts to.
With this, the researcher recommends that the asynchronous instructional videos be utilized to improve the performance of the ALS junior high school learners and be further enhanced, and parallel conduct of study is also
The only permanent thing in this world is change. These are the wise words coming from the great wise philosopher Heraclitus. Words that have been proven true until the modern times. Changes are bound to happen whether we like it or not. There is nothing we can do about it. What we have control over, on the other hand, is how we deal with these changes, how we adapt, and how we overcome the adversities that come with it. The past 2 years had been so full of these said changes. With the sudden emergence of the global pandemic, COVID-19, there have been major twists with how people deal with their everyday. From transportation to gatherings, from trades and innovations, adjustments are done to ensure the safety of the people while also protecting and giving importance to their health. One of the major aspects of life that has really been affected by these changes is education. Face-to-face classes were halted all over the world and everyone was subjected to online classes and other forms of learning suited to the situation of the certain place they live in. All schools faced the challenge of finding the most efficient way to deliver education to the most important clienteles in school, the learners. Meanwhile, at Lilimasan Elementary School, teaching and non-teaching personnel find ways for learning to continue while ensuring the health, safety, and well-being of everyone. Different modalities were placed at the feet of the parents for them to decide on what modality would best suit the capability of their children. These were blended learning, modular learning, online learning, and learning through television and radio. But the modular and electronic learning modality or model emerged as the best that would suit the needs of the Limasan Elementary School learners. However, it was observed that the learners' achievement in science declined as revealed by the result of varied tests. This is an alarming truth that posed a problem to DepEd officials, teachers, parents, and the learners themselves. Even with the availability of modules and the supervision of the educators, the learners seemed to still have troubles with absorbing the lessons and topics at hand. Because of these premises, I, Jennifer B. Ferrer, the researcher and the school principal of the Limasan Elementary School, felt that it was very timely that the study would be conducted to improve the performance of learners and in order to achieve higher learning outcomes. So, here it is, my study. Effectiveness of e-learning supplemental materials in Science 6 at Lilimasan Elementary School. Upholding DepEd's core aim, which is to improve every learner's learning competency, it is of utmost importance that the knowledge and the lessons be imparted to the learners efficiently. With this in mind, I, the researcher, proposed a learning strategy which utilized the existing resources that the learners have in the confines of their homes in a rich and innovative way. Many researches also indicated that the application of e-learning supplemental materials has great potential to increase learners' motivation, help learners to connect various information sources, improve the quality of teachers' teaching and students' learning, and create many positive effects in teaching. In our country, the Philippines, it is very evident that not all learners have the capacity and access to these online learnings and paraphernalia. Limited resources and difference in lifestyle being the most heard reasons. For these learners, modules and school-given tests like activity sheets are then given to evaluate, facilitate, and continue the education process in the comforts of their homes. Unlike the traditional way of the educators giving these learners lessons inside the four-walled confines of a classroom, they are now replaced by parents or guardians who serve as learning facilitators and allies in giving lessons and supplementing the learners with ample resources to education. Researchers have found that one of the key elements in enhancing a learner's performance is teaching through the use of e-learning supplemental materials. These materials offer a wide range of educational opportunities that could not be achieved in traditional face-to-face forms of learning and instruction. They enhance efficiency of teaching and offer most diversified learning experiences without limitations of time, space, and place. The greatest limitation to this intervention was the fact that not all learners had access to the internet and group chats. Because of this, a backup plan was prepared wherein the teacher provided a copy of the file to the parents or guardians, which could readily be copied through a flash drive. In doing so, the learners could perform the tasks in the e-learning supplemental materials at home even without a stable and regular connection to the internet. The use of these e-learning supplemental materials for education would not only help in the learner's achievement of the competencies, it would also cut down the expenses for printing since everything was disseminated digitally. The main aim of this study is to determine the effectiveness of the e-learning supplemental materials in improving the performance of the grade 6 science learners at Lilimasan Elementary School, San Carlos City, Pangasinan. Research questions. Specifically, my study wanted to answer the following questions. Number 1. What is the level of performance of grade 6 learners before the utilization of the e-learning supplemental materials? Number 2, what is the level of performance of grade 6 learners after the utilization of the e-learning supplemental materials? And number 3, is there a significant difference in the performance level of grade 6 learners before and after the utilization of the e-learning supplemental materials? Subject of the study. The subjects of this study were the 71 science learners who were enrolled for the school year 2020-2021 in Lilimasan Elementary School, San Carlos City, Pangasinan. These learners manifested significant decline in competency after the administration of summative tests during the third quarter. Methodology. I used one-shot design which evaluates the effectiveness of a treatment and gathers information about present conditions. With this method, subjects are presented with some type of treatment and then the outcome measure applied. Like all experimental designs, the goal is to determine if the treatment had any effect on the outcome. Moreover, to examine the level of performance of students once before the treatment is implemented and once after it is implemented. The researcher employed one group pre-test, post-test experimental research. Data gathering methods. The study had 3 stages. First, the determination of the level of performance of grade 6 learners based on the result of the pretest. Second, the implementation of e-learning supplemental materials to enhance the academic performance of grade 6 learners in science. Then, the learners took the test again to identify whether the e-learning supplemental materials were effective in enhancing the performance of the grade 6 learners. I sought permission from the Office of the Schools Division Superintendent and the Public Schools District Supervisor for the conduct of the study. The target respondents were identified prior to the administration of the instruments to facilitate a more efficient conduct of the study. The main sources of data in this study were the pre-test and post-test scores of the grade 6 learners. These tests measured the academic performance of the learners in science. Results and discussions. Results show that half of the total number of respondents failed the pre-test, showing poor performance before the intervention. However, these results started to show positive notes after the administration of the e-learning supplemental materials. From 31 learners, only 16 showed low performance levels after the intervention of the class. Clearly, the results show that the e-learning supplemental materials were effective in teaching science concepts to grade 6 learners. Such results can be attributed to the learning materials that were introduced to the learners. With regard to the difference on the respondents' pre-test and post-test performances in science, results show that the difference is significant with 0.05 level of significance. This means that the learners had significant improvement in science after they were taught through the use of e-learning supplemental materials. Therefore, pupils performed better after they were taught using e-learning supplemental materials. Conclusion. In conclusion, the use of supplemental e-learning materials was effective in instilling longer-term memory and understanding of the lessons given to the learners. These helped them achieve better academic performance and greater recall. Exposed to e-learning supplemental materials, the learners had significant improvement in science, and with the help of these new and fresh techniques in knowledge building, better and more confident learners were developed. Recommendations. Based on the above-mentioned findings of the study, it is therefore recommended that teachers may use e-learning supplemental materials to improve the academic performance of the learners, and that the use of e-learning supplemental materials be integrated in the curriculum. Teachers are also advised to match their teaching techniques and strategies with the learners' needs for optimum result. Being exposed to a new environment is never a smooth sail to the finish line. Bumps and rocks on the road may hinder in attaining the result we all want to reach. But these changes aren't supposed to always be bad. Allowing ourselves to be hit by these changes helps us become better individuals, stronger and wiser. The pursuit of education is not something that we take lightly. Be open to changes and take in the lessons we pick up one step at a time, and we will surely achieve a better education where no learner is left behind.
am Nerissa Silayog, Teacher 3 from Speaker Eugenio Perez National Agricultural School. My study is entitled Structured Note-Taking Learning Strategy in Addressing the Poor Performance in Science. Filipinos have deep concern and consideration to education. Clear evidence of the worth given on education is the proportion of the national government budget going to the education sector. The Department of Education is given the highest budget allocation among government agencies each year as mandated by the 1987 Philippine Constitution. However, despite budget prioritization and increased access, Philippine education has been trailed with issues. Among these issues include the high dropout rates, high number of repeaters, poor performance, or low passing grades. The inclusion of science in school curricula aimed for all students to achieve a degree of scientific literacy for them to be able to participate effectively in the community and in the modern society. Truly, science is regarded as one of the most important subjects in school as it develops and provides lifelong skills that allow students to generate ideas, weigh decisions intelligently, and even understand the world in which we live. It is also significant to note that this present pandemic and the shift to education in the new normal setup hinders the teachers to have a thorough explanation of concepts and ideas in the science subject. Students in the new normal setup rely mainly on accomplishing the modules provided for them with the help of their learning facilitators at home. During the first 3 quarters of school year 2020-2021, it was observed and noted by the teacher researcher that graded students lack the self-study or learning skills. Most of them do not take down notes of the important concepts and ideas presented in the lessons in the module, therefore having no notes to review for their summative tests. They also have poor sense of responsibility in accomplishing the activities or tasks provided in the module. Many of the students submit incomplete answers, resulting to poor scores in the assessments and performance tasks. This problem was authenticated by their computed overall mean percentage score, or MPS, in science, having results that mean not mastered based on the given descriptors. The aspiration of the teacher researcher is to have all her students to learn and obtain good grades. She further believes that it can become possible in her willingness to innovate and suggest a more student-centered self-learning strategy. So in response to this situation, the teacher researcher recommends note-taking strategies as a means of enhancing the learning outcomes for learners. This learning strategy is a way to help students address the present learning needs and demands of the education in the new normal. The propound's idea of note-taking learning strategy stems from the principle of constructivism. She believes on constructivism's central idea that human learning is constructed and that learners build new knowledge upon the foundation of previous learning. She further believes that constructivism transforms the student from a passive recipient of information to an active participant in the learning process. According to Senkowski, very few students keep organized and detailed notes of the lessons. The problem is that students are generally poor note takers, recording less than half of the critical ideas. If they take and study those notes, they miss out the second function, which is the product effect, because they are reviewing incomplete notes. The lack of note-taking of students is a major concern of the teacher researcher. From here, she decided to explore structured note-taking learning strategy to address the poor performance in science of her grade 8 students. Adlit also stated that structured note-taking is a strategy that helps students become more effective note-takers. Using graphic organizers specific to a particular text, structured notes assist students in understanding the content of their reading. Structured notes are indeed helpful when students are faced with interpreting complex text structures. The notes give students a reading guide to use as they navigate through difficult text and act as a model of how students should organize their ideas as they are reading. Structured note-taking helps students take notes more effectively and assist them in recalling and retaining information. Note-taking is a valuable skill when students are gathering information from sources. From a cognitive psychology point of view, note-taking is a central aspect of a complex human behavior related to information management that involves a range of underlying mental processes and their interactions with other cognitive functions. Note-takers not only need to comprehend and write down personally favored information, but before that, they also need to acquire and filter the incoming sources, organize and restructure existing knowledge structures, and, most importantly, they must store and integrate the freshly processed material. Therefore, the aim of a cognitive analysis of note-taking is to describe these mental processes, knowledge representations, and memory functions. The above premises provided the teacher-researcher a strong desire to conduct action research, which attempted to enhance students' academic performance in science. This action research aimed to determine the effectiveness of a structured note-taking learning strategy in the academic performance of graded students in science at Speaker Eugenio Perez National Agricultural School during the fourth quarter of academic year 2020-2021. The research sought to answer the following questions. What is the level of academic performance of graded students in science before the conduct of the structured note-taking learning strategy? What is the level of academic performance of graded students in science after the conduct of the structured note-taking learning strategy? Is there a significant difference of their academic performance before and after employing the structured note-taking learning strategy? Is there a significant difference between the mean scores of experimental and control groups on pre-test and post-test? The research was designed to determine the level of academic performance of graded students in science, the significant difference between pre-test and post-test after the implementation of a structured note-taking learning strategy to the experimental group, and the significant difference between the mean scores of experimental and control groups on pre-test and post-test to determine the overall effectiveness of the learning strategy. This research employed a descriptive research design to depict the participants in an accurate way. More simply put, descriptive research is all about describing people who take part in the study. The researchers selected this type of design because the entire research process was anchored with the aforementioned definition. The respondents of this research are 46 graded students from Section Love of Speaker Eugenio Perez National Agricultural School during the fourth quarter of academic year 2020-2021. 23 matched pairs across the section were identified and 2 groups were formed called control group and experimental group. The structured note-taking learning strategy was not employed to the control group, while the experimental group was exposed to the said strategy. Both the researcher notified the respondents about the research, held their parents' consent, and assured that the respondents were not harmed nor coerced in the conduct of the study. Prior to the conduct of the research study, the researcher developed a teacher-made test questions consisting of 50 items with table of specification, covering fourth quarter lessons as the data gathering instrument in determining the effectiveness of a structured note-taking approach. The assessment tool was submitted to the head teacher of science department for comments and suggestions and was submitted to the principal for approval. The researcher strictly observed the following standard operation procedures. The researcher secured permit from the school principal, and a letter of permission was sent to the parents, informing that their child will be included in the action research as one of the respondents. The researcher conducted pre- and post-test assessment to the identified respondents. The results were gathered and was carefully tallied, tabulated, and analyzed. To determine the level of performance of graded students in science during pre- and post-assessments, mean and mean percentage were employed. Moreover, to determine the significant difference in the academic performance of the graded students in science, the pre-test and post-test were computed using the t-test. Results show that the graded students in science skills was generally not mastered. It only implies that learners have no mastery on learning contents and competencies. Hence, an exploration in learning strategy is necessary to address learning gaps and create mastery in science lessons. The data also showed that the mean post-test and mastery level increases after employing the structured note-taking learning strategy. This notes that there is mastery in learning the lesson using the intervention. The structured note-taking learning strategy made an impact as learners had understood the concept of the lesson better as their mean post-test increased. There is a significant difference in the performance of grade 8 students in science before and after the implementation of a structured note-taking learning strategy, as shown in the computed p-value, which is less than the significance level of 0.05. The hypothesis is then rejected. To further expound on the effectiveness of structured note-taking learning strategies to learners, the researcher has compared the pre-test and post-test results between the experimental and control groups. As far as the mean and SD of both the groups during pre-test was concerned, they were very close to each other. Hence, the null hypothesis, there is no significant difference between the mean scores of experimental and control groups on pre-test, was accepted, and both the groups could be treated as equal. The difference between mean scores of the experimental and the control groups on post-test was also found to be significant at 0.05 level. Hence, the null hypothesis, there is no significant difference between the mean scores of experimental and control groups on post-test, was rejected. The post-test performance of the experimental group was better than the control group. Based on the significant findings, there is mastery in learning the lesson using the intervention. The structured note-taking learning strategy made an impact as learners had understood the concept of the lesson better as their mean post-test increased. This increased motivation can be linked with setting of short-term objectives and intensity of teaching and learning approach. Develop a passion for learning and you will never cease to grow. Make your own structured notes because you learn from making them. Structured note-taking is like making your own system of abbreviations and memory methods for the information. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Welcome to Module Legends! 5 seconds for you to finish your modules. Answer them. All modules deployed. First module, you have answered it. Answer spree. Mega answer. Unstoppable. Legendary. You completed a module with VMI.
Research has always been an avenue to address the call of human phenomena, and that such example can be aligned in the field of education. To the research aficionados who are present in this second SDO San Carlos City Virtual Research and Innovation Summit, my warm salutation to your expertise. Thank you for this opportunity for me to share with you my research study. The prelude video that you have just watched already gave us an overview of what the study is all about. The coined words module legends emerge from the learners themselves. Thus, in the video, the learning experience they are into has shown. Learning within the distance education context can be considered as a daunting experience for many students in the new normal educational setup. One likely source of concern is the intervening variable of anxiety, which has been observed to have inhibitory effect among students. With this, the researcher comes up with a study in addressing the distance learning anxiety of the students through video-mediated instruction, or VMI. A lab in 2013 and a Boichi in 2014 defined video-mediated instruction as an educational process that ensures that practical skills are taught using video. Basically, the researcher's purpose in conducting the study is to highlight the need of education continuity with an aptly result, thus reduce the anxiety of students towards distance learning to achieve an optimal educational process. And this can be done by utilizing offline synchronous video-mediated instruction, or VMI. Hence, investigate its effectiveness in assessing the distance learning experience of the students. To note, the spotlight in quality education is on. Seemingly, the pandemic brings forth the partnership in us to achieve the common good, that all learners should have access to excellent education. In this study, the following research questions were set. Number 1, what is the anxiety level of grade 7 students? Number 2, what is the extent of the respondents' anxiety to their English class before and after the intervention? And for number 3, how effective is the video-mediated instruction, or VMI, in distance learning? The study focused on the English modular distance learning anxiety of the grade 7 students at Speaker Eugenio Perez National Agricultural School, thus investigate the effectiveness of distance learning through video-mediated instruction, or VMI. One regular class of grade 7 students at SEPNAS of the school year 2020-2021 was used as subjects. Video-mediated instruction, or VMI, was employed in this study to check on the effectiveness of distance learning using such strategies. To collect the primary sources of information, a researcher-made survey questionnaire was used, whereas it focused mainly on the following. 1. English language modular distance learning anxiety scale, categorized into 3: learning context, learning modality, and learning outcome. And for the second one, we have English language modular distance learning effectiveness scale. The researcher-made survey questionnaire was validated by the experts, namely education program supervisors in the field, head teachers, and language teachers. With regards to the results of the study, the researcher found out that the respondents manifested the anxiety level based on learning context, learning modality, and learning outcome, which obtained early associated results, 3.48 as the highest learning outcome, followed closely by 3.21 learning modality and 2.72 learning context. Meanwhile, the result on the survey questionnaire on the effectiveness of modular distance learning through video-mediated instruction got 4 as its overall average weighted mean, labeled as moderately effective. The researcher therefore concluded that students' anxiety towards modular distance learning, focusing on the 3 domains: learning context, learning modality, and learning outcome. And based on the obtained data, it had shown the respondents' extent of anxiety to a moderately anxious. On the other hand, students' anxiety was equated by the result of the study on the effectiveness of distance learning using video-mediated instruction, which aided the students in braving the pandemic school year 1. Thereby, it can be concluded that the utilization of video-mediated instruction, or VMI, in distance learning was effective. Ergo, the researcher firmly believed in the following recommendations to make this research study feasible. Number 1, upskilling of teachers by means of adopting new strategies or innovations. 2, utilization of video-mediated instruction or VMI in the new normal. 3, dissemination of results, improvisation, and adaptation of the study. 4, advancement of coping mechanism for grade 7 students. And that's the wrap. This has been Raquel Garcia adhering our division mantra, developing creativity, maximizing versatility. With that, I urge that potential in you, my dear colleagues in the academe, let's embrace research and innovation. Make it happen. Thank you, and God bless us all.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our presenters, and we'd like to say thank you to the following video editors. We have Sir Raymar Velasco,
Sir Marty Illumin,
Sir Patrick Joseph Briones, Sir Jason Kapakungan, Sir Dexter De Guzman, and Sir Peter Paul Mejia. From research, we move on to the innovation.
All right, so we have 4 presenters for the innovations. We have here Sir Johnny M. Pasqua, Principal 1 of Mabalbalino National High School, with his innovation titled Project Gifts, granting incentives to foster ties and support.
All right, then, of course, we have Sir Ricardo M. Torrio, a Principal 2 of Libas Elementary School, with his innovation title, Fundamentals on 3 Wheels of Eskwela Ko, Mahal Ko, Serbisyong Mula sa Puso, Ipagkaloob Ko.
Project Libro, Library and Barangay for Research and Offline and Online Resources. Proponent, Dr. Rogelio P. De Guzman, Principal 3, Turac National High School, who is now a PSDS here in the Division Office.
Yes, and of course, we have the Project E-Part, or Every Parent a Reading Teacher. A proponent, Dr. Jerry C. De Guzman, Principal 3 of Bagdao Integrated School. Let's watch this.
The sudden outbreak of COVID-19, which created a pandemonium, has tremendously and continuously been haunting people's lives. Like a lich that sucks people's enthusiasm, and a thief who steals even the last penny. The virus has taken the freedom to live normally and replaced it with terror, confusion, depression, hunger, and many more. Despite of the presence of an antidote, the values of self-discipline, honesty, obedience are highly necessary to end the pandemic and its ill effects. The virus has not spared the Philippines, a third world country, infecting almost 3 million of its citizens and taking thousands of lives and counting more. No one is left unaffected. Everyone is detached from the old normal. All wants to survive and hopes to finally end the agony of the pandemic. The Department of Education, being the vanguard of educational excellence, was at the verge of its closure, but managed to continue education despite of the humongous threats the pandemic brings. Breaking the wall of uncertainties, the Department of Education ensures the continuity of education through the adoption of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan for the school year 2020-2021 in the light of the COVID-19 public health emergency. It has been designed with a legal framework to the new normal with utmost upholding of the constitutional rights of all the citizens to quality education. DepEd is duty-bound to provide learning opportunities even in this time of the pandemic and national emergency. In DepEd's BELCP, parents' engagement in the promotion of the new learning delivery modalities is encouraged. They play new essential roles with increased parental involvement in the learning of their children, which are deemed necessary in augmenting available resources and technology in the community. Likewise, parents are encouraged through the Parents Teachers Association to collaborate with the schools to support the learning delivery modalities adapted to the new normal. In the first quarter of the school year 2020-2021, most of the parents complained about the peculiarity and the difficulty of the new learning delivery modality the school adapted, which was far different from what they used to do. Everything was completely changed. They were tasked to receive and return the self-learning modules and other learning materials on schedule. They assumed the roles of teachers as learning facilitators. Some of them were capable to provide instructional assistance to the extent of what they knew, but beyond that, everything was left to their children, maximizing the assistance they got from their teachers. Others have sacrificed their means of living to attend to the requisites and demands of the new learning delivery modality. All of these were carefully considered in the conceptualization of an innovation which addressed their concerns. In conjunction with the parents' new crucial roles in the education of their children, I, the proponent with the assistance of the stakeholders, conducted Project Gifts, granting incentives to foster ties and support. This alleviated the transitional code journey toward the new normal education of their children. This project resembles the concept behind the increasing number of community pantries in the land. However, this project makes a difference as it offers means to alleviate parents' and guardians' difficulties as learning facilitators of their children, to foster their support and ties with the school programs, projects, and activities. Project Gifts is designed to provide incentives to parents, guardians, or household members who render custodial learning assistance or instruction to learners of Mabalbalino National High School during this time of the pandemic. It is geared toward fostering ties and support, knowing that they battle immense responsibility and challenges in educating their children until COVID-19 pandemic comes to an end. This project targeted to provide parents an avenue to minimize their expenditures on school supplies, internet loads for their children's research purposes and online classes, grocery products, and to maximize their children's capacity to acquire authentic learning through special tutorial sessions in various disciplines. With this endeavor, the proponent firmly believed that appeasing their troubled minds, emotion, and pockets in the new normal and the responsibility of educating their children at homes created a symbiotic environment. The linkage built with the parents or guardians signified better ties and support, generating impeccable success even in this time of pandemonium. The recipients of the gifts were generated through a lottery, drawing of lots to provide a partial opportunity of winning. Through the assistance of the class advisors, the parents and guardians of learners who provided continuous support in supervising and monitoring their progress in their self-learning module learning tasks, who assisted in the performance tasks and summative assessments, and who secured the SLM's every distribution schedule, were given the opportunity to partake in the project. The participating parent and guardian picked a raffle coupon which may contain incentives in the form of school supplies, internet loads, grocery items, and special tutorial sessions. Each had the opportunity to pick once, and the awarding of the incentives was done instantaneously. The implementation of Project Gift was a success. The parents and guardians who received gifts were thankful and appreciative of the school initiative to hasten their difficulties in this time of the pandemic. Their excitement and expectation to win any of the prizes and the happiness of winning have momentarily relinquished their difficulties and uncertainties. They became more physically present during the SLM's distribution and retrieval. They became more engaged in assisting their children in their studies. The intrinsic motivation brought by Project Gift has somehow impacted their views on the new learning delivery modality. Their concept of entrusting fully to the teachers their children's educational development suddenly had a twist, realizing that they too have essential roles to play as co-facilitators and supervisors of learning. They may have not given all, but confidently they have given their best to support their children's continuous education amidst the pandemic. More gifts were given away, more beneficiaries were inspired, and more support were obtained. With satisfied parents on the project gift, they have expressed their willingness to support the School Gulayan sa Paaralan by donating bamboos for trellises and plastic bottles for the school's vertical garden. Much more, they rendered voluntary services in the school cleanup drives. In this quest to find ways to build ties and generate support from the stakeholders, much more from the parents and guardians and other household members, in these tough and trying times, Project Gift has served its purpose. This is Johnny M. Pasqua, Principal 1 of Abalbalino National High School, believing that no mountain is unsurmountable with a willing heart. Para sa bata, para sa bayan, and for the glory of our Creator.
First quarter of 2020. Global pandemic has arisen. The threat of COVID-19 has a great impact on economy, health, and in our education system. Due to widespread of the deadly virus, face-to-face learning or the traditional classroom setup for school year 2020-2021 has been prohibited. To continue the sulong edukalidad of DepEd, Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, or the DepEd Order Number 12, Series 2020, has been introduced and implemented all around the country as a response to basic education challenges brought about by this COVID-19.
COVID-19 has turned every school from loud and lively classrooms to empty classrooms, from collaborative learning to independent learning, from face-to-face to modular and electronic learning modality. As the first quarter of school year 2020-2021 begins, there were lots of problems encountered by the parents, especially the learners. The modular printed learning modality, as chosen by parents and learners, stimulates fear and uncertainty. All successful programs and innovations start with a plan. As an instructional leader, I have led my fellow teachers in careful planning and drafting the proposals for these innovations. Once the proposals were approved by Dr. Lourdes D. Servito, our school's division superintendent, I, together with my co-teachers, secured a permit to conduct from the Paluspos Barangay Council. We diligently explained the purpose of the school innovations to the Barangay Council headed by Barangay Captain Orlando D. Bacani. After securing permit from the Barangay Council, a PTA meeting was conducted to inform the parents and guardians in the conduct of the school innovations. Our first school innovation was 4 fundamentals on 3 wheels. A roving tricycle served as an instrument to reach out learners in every sitio of the barangay from January 5 to April 30, 2021.
nakakuha nito? Pakibasa nga ang tamang sagot.
811.
Ano ang tawag mo sa sagot ulit?
Number total.
Okay, number 2 na tayo. Pakibasa.
194 plus 168.
4 plus 8.
12.
Very.
1.
1 plus 9.
10.
Plus 6.
16.
Very.
1.
1 plus 1.
2.
Plus 4.
3.
Pakibasa ang sagot.
662.
Ano ang tawag dito?
Number total.
Very good. Number 3. Pakibasa.
966.
Plus.
345.
Okay, pakibasa. 6 plus 5.
11.
Very.
1.
Nagpapasalamat ako sa mga masisipag at mabubuting mga guro sa pamumuno ni Sir Ricardo Torrio sa kanilang programa na ilapit ang paaralan sa bawat sityo ng aming barangay. Napakalaking tulong ito sa mga batang mag-aaral sapagkat naranasan nilang muli ang maturuan ng face-to-face sa gitna ng pandemya. Lalong-lalo na ang Math for Wheels. Sobrang saya ng mga bata. Kasama na doon ang aking anak dahil sa dunong at talino na itinulog nito. Kaya ako'y sumasaludo at nagpapasalamat muli Sir Ricardo Torrio pati na sa lahat ng mga guro ng Palospos Elementary School.
Gandang hapon po. Ako po si Alexia Jean Tamuntog. Nag-graduate sa Palospos Elementary School. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Isa po ako sa mga naturuan sa bawat sityo. Labis po akong nagpupugay at sabay pasasalamat. Marami po akong natutunan sa inyong pagtuturo. Kahit wala po kami sa school, nagdulot ito ng kabutihan sa aking pag-aaral. Maraming salamat po uli.
Our second innovation is Eskwela Ko, Mahal Ko, serbisyong mula sa puso ipagkakaloob ko. This school innovation targeted learners who are lagging behind in accomplishing their modules, learners whose parents lack education and don't have the ability to teach their children. Also, to the learners whose parents are busy working for their family basic needs. Thus, they don't have time to teach their children. This innovation required visitation in every sitio. Thus, it adhered to the IATF protocols. Each session started with a prayer. We also observe health protocols like getting body temperature of the learners, using thermal scanner, sanitize their hands with alcohol, and wearing of face masks and face shields, and practice physical and social distancing. We follow up learners in answering their self-learning modules in the subjects they are lagging behind. We made remedial and intervention materials for them to cope up with their lessons. For kindergarten and grade 1 learners, we use primer track approach in teaching them to read in mother tongue. For those learners in grade 2 to 6, we use the Marongko approach, fuller technique and fill-in materials in teaching them in reading both in Filipino and in English.
Hey, tunog. Doon ka na. Letter ito. Letter. Ito, letter. Letter. A. Pag letter A, anong letter ulit ito? Tunog. Okay, ito. Anong letter ito? A. Tunog. Okay, basahin nga natin ito. Ano to? Ano na yung tunog niya? So. Okay. So. A.
Letter E. Tunog. Very good. Dito anak, magsusula ka ng salita na nagsisimula sa A. Sige, balik ko sa'yo.
Mataba at malusog ang alagang bebe ni bebe. Lagi niya itong binibigyan ng botel ng mais at palay. Lagi itong busog kaya naman masipag ng itlog. Kumuha si bebe ng itlog at ibinigay ito sa kanyang lolo bilog. Mahal na mahal ni bebe ang kanyang alagang bebe. Ano ang alaga ni bebe?
Okay.
Bebe.
Mapagpalang araw po sa ating lahat. Ako ay nagpapasalamat sa ating mga butihing guro at mahal na prinsipal ng Paluspos Elementary School sa ginawa nilang proyekto na Eskwela Ko, Mahal Ko. Dahil po dun sa proyekto na yon, maraming natutunan ang mga bata at natutuwa kaming mga magulang na naisulong nila ang programa na yon kahit po pandemic. Alam naman po natin na sa panahon ngayon, hindi po pwedeng lumabas ang mga bata. Pero kahit po sa ganon, ay nagpursige po sila na maisagawa ang proyekto na yon. Kaya maraming salamat po. Lalo na po sa ating butihing principal na si Sir Ricardo Torrio. Sana po ay ipagpatuloy niya pa po ang mga magandang ginagawa nyo para sa mga bata. Maraming salamat po.
After the implementation of the innovation for fundamental operations in math, we come up with the results and conclusion. We have observed that the learners are catching up with the lessons. They are recalling their basic mathematics. Thus, the learners did a simple recall on the parts of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. After reviewing this to the learners, they gradually move to solving number problems. Thus, the performance of the learners who lag behind have improved and mastered the skills. For Eskwela Ko, Mahal Ko, serbisyong mula sa puso, our second innovation, we come up with an observation that teaching learners in every sitio led to positive result. Kindergarten learners already knew the sounds of the letters in the alphabet, and some of them are readers of CBC words and 3 to 4 letter words in mother tongue. Grade 1 learners who attended the session are now readers. They can now read simple words and simple sentences. The performance of the grade 2 to 6 learners in answering their self-learning modules level up. For the recommendation, in order to sustain the program, constant follow-up should be done to the targeted learners by visiting them on the same scheduled day, by providing them more activity sheets and more engaging activities. Laptops, tablets, smart TVs, and smartphones should be utilized as instructional devices in distance learning, especially in enhancing the skills of learners to make the discussions more engaging to learners. And finally, school heads and teachers should design more innovations and programs focused on the enhancement of learning skills of the laggard learners. Truly, teachers are born innovative and resourceful. When we encounter challenges, we always find ways. And through all these trying times, we assure you learners that you are in good hands. This is Ricardo M. Torre Jr., former Principal 1 of Paluspos Elementary School, and now the Principal 2 of Libas Elementary School,
leaving you with this proverb of Confucius. To get through the hardest journey, we need to take only one step at a time, but we must keep on stepping. Thank you so much, and God bless us all.
The challenges brought by the COVID-19 pandemic really changed the way the education system is structured. A major upheaval in Philippine education system, as well as in other countries, includes the closure of schools, resulting to branching challenges on how learning would be possible and accessible. Though distance learning provides opportunity for education to continue, accessibility is a big problem. Based on the modified learning enrollment survey form responses, most learners do not have gadgets to use for learning and stable internet connection to rely on. The development and provision of self-learning modules contributed greatly to cater to the emerging problem in this new normal.
However, this is not enough. As realized during the weekly distribution and retrieval of modules, existent problems of inconsistencies of parent getting modules due to busy schedules, unfinished and unaccomplished retrieved modules of learners, exhaustive and costly printing of learning modules by the school, and delayed module distribution and retrieval due to rising COVID cases in the community are the causes of challenges in the new normal way of education.
Solving these problems is a puzzle. The root of the problems arising in distance learning is distance itself. The problem of accessibility, whether online learning or modular learning. The missing piece to solve this puzzle is the core objective of an innovative project. A project that breaks the barriers, bridges the gap between learner and learning, and brings stakeholders to basic education success. With this, I, together with the teaching staff of Turak National High School, launched Project Libro, which stands for Library in a Barangay for Research and Offline and Online Resources. This project envisions to address the problems of learning accessibility in the new normal. It is designed to give students and parents easy access to books, offline resources, SLMs, activity sheets, and other learning resources. Specifically, it is tasked to make digital offline resources available to students within the barangay, provide hard copies of self-learning modules, activity sheets, and books in the barangay for easy access of the students and parents, lessen the number of self-learning modules printed by the school, and provide technical assistance to students in the barangay. To realize the objectives of this innovative project, I first sought the approval of proper DepEd authorities in the conduct and implementation of this project. Likewise, I held a school meeting to disseminate and designate the work machinery of the project to the faculty staff, both of the junior high school and senior high school departments. PTA meeting together with the heads of the barangay was also conducted to channel the support of parents and community as stakeholders. The list of learning resources provided to the 3 barangay service areas of the school, namely Turak, Magtaking, Balitisur. The list of resources was prepared by the school librarians through my assistance, and of the subject teachers and the department heads. The ICT coordinators likewise saved in the desktop all the soft copies of the SLMs, activity sheets, and the learning resources for students and parents' use. The school coordinated and sought approval for the putting up of a mini library and installation of 2 computer units inside the barangay halls of Turak and Baliti Sur. Upon approval, together with the ICT coordinators and the school librarians, we completed the installation of mini library and computer units. I created a schedule of work plan of school personnel to assist whenever the parents or students needed the resources. During the implementation of Project Libro, both learners and learning facilitators strictly adhered to health and safety protocols imposed by the local government units. Much as ensuring the safety and security, the learners had improved accessibility to learning. The learners conveniently used the learning resources in the mini library and e-library. The learners had also improved academically due to technical assistance provided by the learning facilitators from the school and barangay. Moreover, parents had enough time to work for the family because they do not need to go to school in getting and returning the modules. In the school, the number of printed self-learning modules diminished significantly. I regularly visit, inspect, and monitor the barangay libraries consistently to coordinate to the barangay officials to ensure sustainability of the project.
Ano ang naitulong ng Project Libro sa inyong anak? Attitude mo sila sa pamagdami sa pagpunta sa school at nakaiwas na rin sa cross contact sa ibang tao. Ano ang naitulong ng Project Libro sa inyong anak? Nakatipid na rin sa pagpapalo dahil libreng pinapagamit ng barangay ang internet para ma-access ng mga mag-aaral ang mga bagay na kinakailangan nila sa pag-aaral. Ano ang naitulong ng Project Libro sa iyong pag-aaral? We get an additional information through like YouTube and other social media platforms that would help us understand more our lessons. Kaya malaki ang pasasalamat namin sa mga Project Libros at sa mga pamunuan ng Turak National High School at sa mga walang sawang pagtulong at paggabay ng aming mga guro upang kami matuto. Ano ang naitulong ng Project Libro sa iyong pag-aaral? Nagkaroon kami ng easy access to the internet. We get a clear pictures and through Project Libro, nakikita namin na mas malinaw at mas makulay ang mga modules. Ilan po yung computer unit sa barangay hall na in-install ng Turak National High School para sa Project Libro?
Mayroong 2 computer unit na nasa barangay hall natin ngayon na in-install ng Turak National High School para sa Project Libro.
With this, the partnership between the school and community has been strengthened. From breaking the barriers of accessibility problems in education, bridging the gap between the learner and learning through project implementation, and bringing stakeholders to basic education success through improved partnerships. This project commends a victory amidst these tough times in education.
As Nelson Mandela once quoted, "It is not beyond our power to create a world in which all children have access to a good education. We should harness the power to overcome the challenges of the new normal education." As an educational leader, I, Rogelio P. de Guzman, believe that quality education is an accessible education.
In a move to bridge literacy gaps among learners, Agdao Integrated School is one with the Department of Education in intensifying its campaign on reading proficiency with Hamon, Bawat Bata, Bumabasa. A leader who puts words into actions. Here's Dr. Jerry C. de Guzman for his innovation.
School aims to scaffold learning to the best it can to assure the successful delivery of quality education to the hope of the future, the children. The major factor to this purpose is the reading skills of every learner. Reading is the mother of all learning, and that learning progress will be negatively affected if reading skills of students turn out to be poor and frustrated. This is the main concern of Agdao Integrated School, as it manifested a number of non-readers and frustrated readers in the year 2020-2021. In the total population of elementary department, 5 were assessed as non-readers and 169 as frustrated readers. Indeed, these numbers are alarming as it reflects an array of dilemmas among students and the teachers as regards to the achievement of the learners. Following these dilemmas is deterioration of the mission and vision of every institution, which is the delivery of quality basic education to produce morally upright and globally competitive individuals. Agdao Integrated School immediately responded to this predicament, and as the head of this school, I propose a project directed towards the eradication, if not elevation, of the numbers of non-readers and frustration among our learners. Lots of preparations and brainstorming were done, as well as conversation with the reading advocates in the school to fully implement the innovation and achieve its primary purpose. Every Parent a Reading Teacher Program, or EPART project, is an innovation which upholds efforts to strengthen the reading proficiency of every learner and help nurture a culture of reading which consider a requisite skills in all learning areas that Bawat Bata Bumabasa initiative. In support with the aforementioned program of the Department of Education, Agdao Integrated Schools EPART project advocated to extend quality learning at home amidst pandemic happening around the world. It continuously aimed to elevate reading comprehension of the learners by amplifying its campaign of establishing reading at home, where parents are playing a huge role of guiding their children in the reading journey. The EPART project is directed towards two goals. First is to educate the parents on how to be a reading teacher at home. And second is to provide reading materials that can be used by struggling, frustration, instructional, and independent readers. Every Parent a Reading Teacher project was launched on the first week of February 2021 as an intensive reading remedial activity intended for the pupils under frustration reading level. The project required all of the teachers to conduct intensive reading remediation among their learners for the whole month of February, and will conduct a reading assessment at the end of the said month. This project continued even after this situation. Our school suggested various activities to make sure that awareness campaign will be intensified. First, Brigada Pagbasa, which is the inclusion of reading at home information drive in the week-long Brigada Eskwela activities. And second, school-initiated projects which aim to involve parents in reading. With the intensive implementation of the project, positive results from the post-reading test were observed. There were 0 recorded non-readers, and half of the frustrated learners were now categorized as instructional and independent learners. Huge uplift in the alarming numbers of poor readers was discerned that keeps the achievement of the school ascending. It was also remarkable that the parents were able to embrace the beauty of teaching reading among their children as they witnessed firsthand the progress of their kids, not just in languages but also in other subjects. Here, we can attest that reading is the mother of all learning. It feels satisfying to attest the success of an innovative project, but it is heartwarming to behold the splendor of its upshot to the parents and most especially to the children. Agdao Integrate School and EPART project continue to promote this endeavor of intensifying the reading skills of the school children at all cost, because we believe that the word belongs to those who read.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The innovations. Of course, we'd like to say thank you to our video editors. We have
All right, video editor of Sir Johnny Pascua, of course, his daughter, Sofia Renee Pascua. Thank you.
for Sir Ricardo Torrio, we have Sir Nexus Ballesteros.
For the AVP of Sir Helio de Guzman, thank you to Sir Mon Jerome Ergiza.
And of course, for Sir Jerry de Guzman, we have Sir Kevin Tickman. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our SDO SCC pride in the world of research and innovation. Kudos to all of you.
Okay, so for the recap for our research presenters, thank you to Ma'am Bridget Marfe C. Abalos,
Sir Marte B. Ilumina,
Dr. Jennifer Ferrer,
Ma'am Nerissa Layog, of course, Ma'am Raquel Garcia,
and for the presentation of innovations, we have Sir Johnny M. Pascua,
Sir Ricardo Torrio,
Dr. Rogelio P. de Guzman,
and Dr. Jerry de Guzman. Well, truly this week-long activity so pigs our quenching minds since day 1 down to the 5th day. For us to get into that scene, here's an AVP highlighting a day-to-day gallery walk prepared by Ma'am Mary Grace Caranto.
and of course, a virtual tour during the poster exhibit to be presented by Dr. Annalyn Tulagan, co-proponent of Serenante Camera. So enjoy venturing the wonders of research and innovations.
The core of the Department of Education's mandate. However, DepEd is not only a learner-centered government institution, it is also an organization that constantly incorporates the learning process in implementing education policies and programs consistent with its vision. The department sustains its progressive orientation by ensuring that its actions are informed by sound and relevant evidence from research. Republic Act No. 9155, known as Governance of Basic Education Act of 2001, underscored the role of research in the management of administration of the basic education system. This act also provides, among others, the strengthening of school-based management. By further devolving the governance of education to schools, all school heads and school personnel are empowered in expanding community participation and involvement and in making the delivery of educational services to the learners more responsive, efficient, and effective through an enhanced school planning and improvement that lays down specific interventions through initiated projects in schools. With this mandate, various projects and researches have been initiated, conducted, and implemented in SDO San Carlos City, led and inspired by our very own Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Lourdes D. Servito. These are some of the SDO SCC initiatives and innovations in the new normal. Project mode or module development. This pertains to the development of modular and electronic learning resources, quality assured and distributed to schools. Through this project, 100% of the learners are provided with ADM SLM, locally developed modules, and other learning resources on time. SCC Elite English Proficiency Program. The San Carlos City Early Literacy Instruction Trends and Essentials, or SCC Elite Program, is the newest intervention program of the division that aims to improve the reading proficiency of San Carlinian learners. The SCC Elite is an early intervention program that is anchored on the assumption that a child who struggles to learn to read and write can be helped with an early intervention. Project Dreams. Discovering and revisiting the educative achievements and memoirs of SDO San Carlos City. This project specifically aims for the creation of a historical account of the school's division of San Carlos City. This is to promote a sense of identity from among the stakeholders of the division and to inspire the learners to develop a genuine passion to learn local history that in turn can motivate the learners to appreciate our history and culture as a nation. Project Cacao Now, Chocolates Tomorrow, a Saccharine Legacy. San Carlos City Division's major and promising innovative project, Cacao Now, Chocolates Tomorrow, is the flagship project spearheaded by the school's division superintendent, Dr. Lourdes D. Servito, who aims to instill to all San Carlinians one of the DepEd core values, makakalikasan. Project Free, Future Ready E-Education. With the effects of COVID-19 pandemic still lingering, SDO SCC is continuously searching for ways to deliver quality basic education to its learners. Thus, to make use of all available delivery modes to reach learners in different situations across the San Carlos City Division, the formation of Project Future Ready E-Education, a facility school hub, was put forward as an alternative. A venue where recording, editing, and dubbing workshops for localized and/or contextualized learning materials will transpire. Project CCN Station ID. As part of the school's Division Office of San Carlos City's initiative in making the CCN or Carlos and Carlin Network Broadcast Center possible, SDS Lourdes D. Servito formed a team in charge of the creation of AVP, thus the very first CCN Station ID. Project CCN Station ID is designed to assist SDO teachers and learners in keeping up with the trend, thus maintaining everyone's eagerness to have interconnectivity of educational activities through the utilization of technology. Project Bloom. Through this project, SDO San Carlos City encourages everyone to join the department's search for a more productive and meaningful life. Indeed, life isn't just about appreciating what nature has to offer. It is also about giving color to this incredible and mysterious journey. Project Model Version 2.0. Equipped with the BELCP and the battle cry of Sulong Edukalidad, Project Model 2.0 aims to bring back the joy of learning and enthusiasm for discovery by bringing back together teacher visibility and teacher presence. This project will put a face on the printed modules by virtue of supplementing the SLMs with video lessons that are carefully planned and created and are aligned with the most essential learning competencies as manifested by BELCP. Wow! Impressive, aren't they? Well, these are just some of the many initiated projects and innovations by the SDO SCC personnel. This time, let's all witness the innovative projects of teachers and school heads of District 1. That was awesome! Now let's put our hands together to the teachers and school heads of District 2 for their innovative projects. are the innovative projects of teachers and school heads of District 3. The teachers and school heads of District 4 are also proud of their innovative projects. Superb! And now, here are the innovative projects of teachers and school heads of District 5.
Excellent! San Carlos City Division is also a cradle of research. These are the completed researches, BER-funded and non-BER researches that address the learner's needs and enhance their learning. This does not stop here. Guided by the mission, vision, and core values of the Department of Education, teachers, school leaders, and personnel of SDO San Carlos City pledge to enhance their knowledge and to support fervently the initiated projects and conducted researches to address gaps on access, quality and relevance, and governance or management of education service. Indeed, SDO San Carlos City has strived to strengthen research and initiated projects geared towards the improvement of the teaching and learning process and school governance. This week was certainly jam-packed with activities and people stopping in to see and to be a part of this momentous Research and Innovation Summit. And to see a glimpse of all the happenings, let us all witness the day-to-day highlights of this week-long summit.
SDO San Carlos City, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to one and all. A sustainable linkage. You have, as a result of your concerted efforts, created a framework for the proposed system. Do accept and congratulations for the excellent results of this activity. Looking back at the same manner in which you set out to accomplish this enormous task, it is clear that the workshop organizers, headed by no less than our top management and Mr. Renante Camara, our steps in charge of this event, were careful to set the objective and gather a productive end result for that matter. Along this note, or the connecting to God and to others, and also the presentation on project model. Secret that the success of this very successful activity is your active participation. The end is to work together. The various research and innovations initiated by our dedicated pool of leaders and teachers, we shall be able to reap more benefits from our shared efforts within our division. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and pleasant duty for me to declare the activities for the celebration of the Research and Innovation Week officially closed. Thank you very much, and more power to one and all.
Nelson Peralta. You have watched the rundown of latest scoops that truly hook the education nooks.
That is right. And with that, we would like to say thank you to all the people who made this event possible. Of course, we have there the SEPs for Planning and Research, Sir Renante Camara as the proponent, together with Dr. Annalyn Tulagan. And of course, with the help of our
top management headed by our dearest SDS, Dr. Lourdes Cervito.
ASDS, Dr. Marilu N. Cardenas.
Our CID Chief, Dr. Edita R. Prides.
SGOD Chief, Sir Villamor Q. Gloria.
And our AO5, Sir Nelson Peralta.
And of course, we have the supervisors down to the PSDSS, school heads, teacher researchers, teacher innovators, and at the same time, our tech team.
Yes, indeed, we are making a difference in the field of innovation and research. This has been your host, Morrison Aquino.
And Raquel Garcia.
And that's the wrap-up. Special thanks to
Executive Committee,
Technical Working Group,
Technical Team,
Teacher and Researchers,
Teacher Innovators. Congratulations, everyone!
God bless.
Thank you and God bless us all. Yay!
Good day, Philippines. Hello, Region 1. Aloha, San Carlinian learners. Airing live from the Mango Bamboo capital of the Philippines, San Carlos City. You're tuning in to CCN Broadcast Center, a virtual home of every SDO SCC learner, where passion is the key. Learning paves the way. With our division mantra, developing creativity, maximizing versatility. This is your CCN Broadcast Center. CCN Broadcast Center, a virtual home of every SDO SCC learner.